Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create ACC house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, drop down, choose Architecture Template, and then press OK. So we start off at level 1, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to set up the grids. So what we have here is architecture, and on the right side we have grids. You can also type in GR. So let's type in GR. That's the keyboard shortcut, and we're going to create a vertical grid first. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click from below to above, in the middle, or where the elevation tags are. So I'm just going to add it right there, and then press escape, and then escape again. Now we have our number 1 grid right here. You can select that, and then after that, CO, that's the copy command under modify, and this is the icon on that. So that's CO. Make sure multiple is checked. So I'm gonna check multiple, and then I'm going to click it again. It's already highlighted, and as you can see, there is a temporary dash line around it. So it's already selected, and then I'm going to move it on the right side because we're going to add in multiple grid lines. So let me put it on the right side, and then I'm going to type in 3640 1343, and this one make it 5500. This is 2000. Press escape and then escape again. So now we finish with the vertical. Let's do the horizontal. So type in GR again, and then here let's put it from the right to the left and give it some space right here. We could also move this one down, and we could grab all of them and then move it in the middle of the elevation tags. So as you can see, I push it down right here, and then I move it so that we have space here, because we're going to add in some dimensions right here afterwards. But as you can see, after 5 it created 6, but here I want to put a letter. So what you do is just click on multiple times, and then just type in capital A, and then click on the space around it. So now we can type in CO, that's to copy again. Multiple times is already checked because we already done this. And then here, just grab it again, moving it below. Make sure it's 90 degrees so that everything is aligned together. And then now I'm gonna type in 2480. This will be going 1200 next, and then this will be 900 next. Next thing will be 4000. Next will be 2700, and then after that type in 3700, and then here we have 3,500, and then here we can put in 1,400, so 1,400. Press escape and then escape again. And as you can see, we have our grid lines added. What we can do is we could grab one of the grid lines, and as you can see, there's a dash line right there, temporary dash line. It indicates is that once you grab one of this, all of them will be moved. So here I'm gonna move it upwards because it's too much, and I want it to be neatly added right here. So here I'm going to move this one as well to the left side, and then press escape multiple times. You can grab it again and move it to the center so that all elevation tags will be shown. And if we click the view right here, it will show our model once we add everything else. So after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on align dimension or type in DI. We're going to add dimensions on all of our grid lines. So I'm gonna add run here, and it will be consistent. So it will be added multiple times, and as you can see, it's very easy. And then the last thing that you need to do is just click on the space around it, the empty space, and then you can choose where you're gonna put it. So of course, we're gonna put it right here because we're going to add in an overall dimension. We're gonna do the same thing on this one, on the horizontal. So just keep on clicking all the dimensions, set it to the right location, and then click an overall dimension. So now we have our dimensions right here for our vertical, and we have right here on our horizontal. And like I said earlier, we have numbers right here. When we change this to a letter, Revit recognizes it, and as you can see, it created the sequence around it. Now that we're done, what we can do is, as you can see, this stuff are overlapping each other. To fix that, you can select this, and you have an add elbow icon right here. So we're gonna click that, and then we're gonna move this one downwards. We're going to do this as well right here and move it somewhere like there. And if you want to add grid bubbles on the right side or on the bottom, what you can do is you select each and every one of them, and it will create the grid bubble as well. So something that you like to do, and for us it's actually beneficial because we're gonna use the grid lines to show it so that we can coordinate to each other when we're doing the video. So here I'm gonna add an elbow again and make sure everything is aligned from the left side. This one as well, and usually it will show you that there's an align. As you can see, that's a temporary dash line, and as you can see, everything looks much better and everything is organized. So now everything is done. What we can do is go to our south elevation. We're going to add our levels. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this. This is level 1. I want to add a ground level. So to add levels, you can do is go to architecture or click this icon or type in LL. So I'm gonna put LL, and here I want to add at least a 500 ground level. And the good thing about adding levels is that once you add a level, it will automatically add the floor plan right here. But if you just copy, so for example here, I'm going to set this one to 3000 only. But if I just select this CO to create a copy, so type in 3000 again, it created a level 4. But as you can see, there's no level 4 created here. So to add that, what you can do is you need to go to View, Plan View, Floor Plan, and then click level 4 and then press OK. Now it created a level 4, and if we go back here, we have level 4 on our project browser floor plan. So those are two different ways of adding levels. So the fast way is, but actually it depends on how many floors are you gonna do. For example, if you create a building, copy command is much faster because you could just copy levels like that. So for example here, I'm just gonna type in CO, copy multiple times. As you can see, it's so fast to add. But as you can see, there's nothing added here on our floor plan, so you just need to do the view and then plan view. But if you're adding just couple of floor plan, better do the level instead, so that you instantly add all of this right there. And of course, we need all our grid to be intersecting, because right now, if our level 4 and then this grid is lower down, it's not intersecting above there. As you can see, there's no grid line showing here. But if you move it up, as you can see, the grid lines is intersecting. So now we're gonna change this name to ground floor. Make it all caps. Would you like to rename corresponding views? Yes, because I want it to change right here. So yes. So you can see it changed there. And here we need to change this to 3. Or you can put it at roof depending on what you want. So as you can see, level 3 was changed. If you say no, it won't change right here, but you will only change it on this side. So now I don't want this one. So let's add an elbow again so that everything is showing properly and nothing is interfering. So you could read your model perfectly. We're gonna go to each and every elevation to see if everything is intersecting, and then the elbow is created properly. This one is good already. And just quickly review everything. This one is not intersecting, so we're gonna pull it down and then move this one right there. So now our level is done. We could go back to our level 1, and then we're going to save this project. So I'm gonna click on save and save it to the folder that you want to. So now that I chose the location, you could put whatever name you want. So I'm just gonna put house, and then here, before you click save, click on option. This is the maximum backup that you can create on your project. If you're a beginner, leave it at 20, so that if ever you have problem, you can always come back to the older save model. So here, if you're If you're beginner, 10 to 20, intermediate around 5 to 10. If you're an expert, maybe you could put it at 1 to 5. But it's always good to have um, more backup just in case that something went wrong. You can always come back to that. So for me, I'm gonna set it to around 5 to 10, or I'm gonna just put it to 10 just to be sure that everything will be good. And then press OK, and then press save. So now let's add in an exterior wall. So go to your architecture, click on wall, and now we have basic generic wall 200 millimeters. In newer versions, what we have is something like this that is pre-installed already with everything on it. So you could choose one of this and then edit, duplicate, and you could just put exterior wall number 1. Press OK and then click on edit. You can then now delete the exterior side and then the interior side, but you cannot delete the core boundary, structure, and core boundary. Those are the things that will stay here. So now I'm going to delete this, and as you can see, this one will be grayed out once you go on these layers. So delete all of this. What you can do is change the thickness to 200 millimeters and this one to be somewhat white material. So I'm going to always choose gypsum wallboard and then press OK. OK again and then OK. So now what we can do afterwards is we have base constraint level 1. We want it to be up to level 2. So here, top constraint, we need to change this to level 2, and as you can see, you can also do this right here at the top. So whatever you change at the top will be changed right here under your properties, and whatever you change in your properties will be changed here as well. But here, well, there is more, like the location line. We want it to be center line, chained is already checked, so that's good. And we could now select, or we could add walls onto our drawing. So now what we could do is we could add a wall. So let's add from A1 up to A5. Go down to all the way to G5. Go across here up to G3. Go down again to I3. So leave that one there, but press escape because we need to click on H3 going across here up to H number 1. But before we do that, we need to go just 3,000. So around 3,300 or 3,000 is good enough. So you can type in 3,000 and then press enter. And as you can see, it created that notch. And we're going to add this all the way to the I grid line. Go across to I1 and then move it back to A1. Press escape multiple times. Then after that, we need to add again a wall, an exterior wall. So we could select this and then type in CS. So CS is under modify and this is the icon. It's create similar. So basically, if you have anything that is already added, if you click that and then type CS, you'll be able to add it instantly. You don't need to go to architecture and click wall and all of those stuff. So it's a fast way. It will make your it will basically make you more efficient. So I'm gonna select that CS, and I'm going to select here G4 all the way to D4, and then going across right here up to D2, going above right here up to the C2, and going across right here around 2000, around 2000. So type in 2000 along the C grid. So I'm just gonna do that. CS again, just type in 2000 and then go up right here and then close it off to B1. So we just went across here 2000, go up to the grid line B, and then finish it off at B2. So some of this wall we will need to change it later on, but for right now just leave it like that, because we're going to set the boundaries first. It's easier to set those and then create everything in the inside and before we do the outside, because it's easier to just change it later on. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up our project. We added levels, grids, dimensions, and we already started adding the exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now that we have our exterior wall, let's add in an interior wall. So click architecture and then click on walls again. Here we could just edit type, duplicate, and we could just rename this interior wall number 1, and then press OK. Under edit, we're just gonna leave it at 200 and the same gypsum wallboard material, because we could always update this later on. It's easier to update, to change this, because we're basically creating types of walls. So later on, once we're ready to go to edit the background or the site, so basically we could change this to a border wall and it will change instantly. So, and then we could even change the height of this. So that's something that we're basically organizing everything in regards with the type of walls that we have. So now we're ready to add walls right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go and click on E1 first, going to E2, and then close this off. We want to make sure, because we set it up at 200, everything is lining up. So that's good, because it makes everything easy for us. And then here, what I can do is we're going to add a laundry room right here, and it will be around 2000 from the wall right here. So as you can see, you can always make this one, estimate this. You can put this one at 2900 or 2800, and then click right here. So if you didn't do it properly, you can just select this wall And then as you can see, you could change the dimension of this wall, and then also if you want to change this, you could put it at whatever number, but we have this at 2900. So that's how easy it is to manipulate the walls. You can also grab the wall like so, and then as you can see, it will just glide to the walls and it will extend it. So I'm just gonna undo that because I'm just showing you the characteristic of the walls. So now that we have that, we could add in something right here, CS on the wall. So we already have that. That's easy for us to manipulate. We're going to add a wall right here. This will be around maybe 3000. So I'm going to make this one 3000. And then here, I'm going to close this off, TR. So it goes all the way there. So trim and extend is TR. It's under modify and it's right here. This is aligned. So TR is this one. So I'm just giving you a better way of selecting TR so that it's easier for you guys to add. So you don't need to go modify and then TR right there. So trim and extend. We want to extend this to 3000. Not 3000, but something like 2500. Because this is just a closet. This will be our stairs right here. So I'm just adding some values right here now. We could basically, the good thing about it is we could basically move this whatever we want if we find it that we need some room. But as you can see, there's enough room for a closet right here, so that's good enough. We can even make this an open area, so we could make this one like we can also add trees inside right here. So it's something that we could think about later on. For now, just leave it open like this, and then after that, select this one again, CS, and let's just extend it right here. I'm going to just extend it something around 2000. So this is just 2000 from that location, from the grid location G. And then this will be our kitchen, this will be our dining area, and this is like an extension of a family room because we're going to add maybe a sliding door or those bifold doors that we have been adding. So something that we could just open up because we have a small pool right here. So we could put the pool right here and then a deck on this side. So something to think about. And then this will be our formal living room. So once people enter, we could just have the living area right here, and this will be the family area of family or great area right here. This will be an office or a bedroom, so depending on what we decided on, this will change for sure. So as of now, I'm going to select again this one, CS, add it on this one, and let's just close it off because it's easy to manipulate. After that, select that and grab it from this line so that this one will change. I'm going to make this one as 2600 so that we have enough space there. And then probably I'm going to increase this to 1800 so that we have enough space for our washroom. This one we could also increase to 2300, and then here we could put this one 3300. So something that we could change off, um, as we could have the kitchen here with an island, and we're going to add in um, those seating areas onto the island right here. And I think we have enough room. We could change this one if we want to, but depending on what we want, I just want to be flexible on this area, depending on how the setup goes. We could even extend this so that we have a bigger backing here, because I want to add an entertainment area right here that we could design and we could discuss later on. So now, once everything is added, um, we could add in again a powder room here and a small closet. So what we could do is we could just have something like this. Once they enter, I want a double or a French door right here. We could just click this one right there, close it off. So TR, trim and extend, let's close off. Uh, Give that in mind that I always change. So if this is a exterior wall, I make sure that I don't just extend this. I always added an interior wall so that every interior wall is connected, not just to connect everything instantly. So I make sure to do that so that everything is separate. And then here, what I want to do is just maybe put this one at, yeah, 2500 is good enough, because we could even extend this, and at least we have the separation of this living area with our powder room and anything in between. So at least we have this part, and then in terms of sizing, I think we could make it 1800 as well, and I think that's good enough. So we have something like that. um, we have a powder room, and then um, what I'm thinking of, there will be an entrance from here to our laundry area. So I will have the laundry area right here. It will have an entrance going from inside and then from the outside as well. So at least it's accessible on those parts. I think that's a good idea. And then we have our carport. Depending on what we want, it's either we put a carport, or we could put in a garage door. So depending on what we decided, we're gonna change that for sure. So right now, I think it's easier to add doors. So let's go and click on insert, um, go to load family, and then go to doors. Doors are system family, so they have their own family according here. So go to residential and let's look. This one, exterior door, this one, the one that we're going to add for our entrance. So I'm gonna click on open. It will give me different kinds of selection. I'm going to open, or I'm going to select all of this. This will be the width, this will be the height. So I'm gonna make it consistent. All my door height will be 2000 millimeters. So I'm gonna select all of this and then press OK. And then now if we want to add a door, you need to type in DR, or you can go to architecture and then select door. So you can type in DR, and then as you can see, you'll be able to add the door right here. So I'm gonna add the door on this location, and then we could actually extend this more if we want to, so that we have enough space here for a small closet as well. So once we enter, we have a closet going to the powder room. um, I think that's good enough as well. And then so that we have enough space right here. So right now I feel that this is too close, so I just want to push it a little bit more. And then we can always change this up, something like that. I think 1200, because I know this is too big for a powder room, but I'm thinking of how can I maximize the space for a closet right here. We could also put in the closet in between here. So where this wall will go, I'm going to put a closet here. I'm going to close this off. So there are other ways of doing this. Here we could take this off, or we could extend this because we have enough space right here. But what's the point of having a garden here, a small garden here, if you're not be able to see it um, from the kitchen? So I think it's good as well to have. So depending on what we decide. So now let's add in more doors so that we could visualize what's the best way of adding and then subtracting or adjusting our walls. So here I'm gonna put this one. It looks simple enough and it's good. So here what I usually do is just add everything. So all 2000 up to right here, hold on shift and then just press OK. Do you want to add all of them? Because every time you load families, it will increase your memory. So I'm just gonna say yes. I want all those selections so that it's easier for me to know. So now type in DR again, because that's a door family. It's a system family similar to a wall and to a window. So here we have all the selection. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in 700 first. Here I'm going to add this door onto this side. And then we have a room here. It's either a bedroom or a office. So we could choose whatever we want here. I think for now I'm going to put this one as an office so that we have variation. And then because we have three, we're gonna add three bedrooms at the top. So we can add those later on. So here I want to add a door right here and also a door right here. So for the orientation, you can click on spacebar and then you can put your arrow depending on the location where you want it to swing. And then here, you could just add that. We will have it all the way right here on this wall for the dryer. So we have this one right here. We have everything that we needed. We could add in our sliding door. So in the sliding door or bifold door, I have it online. So you just need to look at part 1 description. On the part 1 description, I usually add all the links. So for the first link, that will be all the uh, families that we have right here. So everything that we have right here, and then the extras are the second link. So let me go there right now and add those doors. So the second link will have all extra families. What you can do is download the parametric folding door. So I'm gonna download that, and then a sliding door. So those are the things that you can download right now. Of course, we're going to add in a pool, so we need a pool ladder. So download that as well, and also pot light. So I'm gonna do a circle and a square pot light. So either or, we're going to download those so that it's easier for us to choose which one we want. I also have a bifold closet door. We could add this one as well. So at least we have something. Um, and then here, just show it. Show in folder once it's done. And what you could do is you could just drag and drop. So let's close this one off, and then just drag and drop everything, and it will be loaded into your project. But if you want, it's easier sometimes to just load whatever you want first. So here I'm gonna load the parametric folding door. So that's the first one that I load. And then as you can see, it's really big. So we could edit that one. So here I'm going to edit. This one I'm gonna check first. What's the size? So roughly around 4,000. So I'm gonna make this one 4,000 in length. So width will be 4,000. The height is 2,000 because we set the height of all doors to be at 2,000. And then here we have numbers of panels. So I'm gonna make this one at least 6 because it's big enough. So here after that, we pick new host and we're going to add it there. So the look of that, if we check our 3D, will be like that. So that looks really nice. The height, 2,000, and everything else. So that's how you get those parametric folding doors that I use as well. And then after that, because we have a bifold closet, which we selected as well, that's the one that we're gonna use for closet. We're going to create first our closet. So I find that this one we need to edit. We need to create a new wall. So here, edit, duplicate. This will be closet wall. And then edit. And then this one, the thickness, let's make sure this one is 100. Leave the gypsum wallboard material because it's easier to change. So now we could just do is add these things, and there we go. We have our closet right here. So even though it's an office, we're gonna designate this as an office. It's still better to create a closet because if you add a closet, that will be recognized as a bedroom, and it's good because the more bedrooms you create, the better price that you can get. So now drag and drop bifold closet, and then you'll be able to add those bifold closet right there. It's easy to change as well, so you can do edit, you can duplicate this, change the name, and then you could change the width. So you could put this one as 2000 as well for the width, and then the thickness you can change. So you can basically uh, change everything onto this, so it's easy to change. So now I just want to add an annotate detail line. I want to represent the line for the closet, so I'm gonna use demolish, and we're gonna put in the demolish line to represent the rod that we have there. So we could put this one together and we have our closet there. So that looks very small, so I'm just gonna increase it a little bit. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add interior walls, doors, and now we're gonna continue working on this. What I decided is to, instead of having this interior wall right here, we're going to create basically a shared fireplace between the kitchen and then the formal living room or living area. So now um, I'm just going to move this one back right here, and we're going to deal with this later on because we want this one to have a significant impact on the area, and it looks nicer if we have that one there. So for now, let's leave it like that, and we're going to discuss the way we were going to do it further later on. So now that we have all of this, I think it's better for us to add plumbing fixtures and even some furniture. So now let's go back to insert, load family, and go back to the main, and let's do concentrate first on plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet right here. For now, I'm going to put 2D because if we put 3D, it will make our file bigger, but why not? Let's just add the 3D. This is Revit, so it's just easy for us to add. So once you add something like a plumbing fixture, furniture, those kind of stuff, you type in CM because it's easier for us to add. If you don't, you will need to add, you need to go to architecture, and then you still have to click on component. So that's the long way, but CM is the fast way of adding all of this. So here I'm gonna click on spacebar, and I'm going to attach it right here. So once we attach it there, I'm going to also attach it on this washroom as well. So here I'm going to attach it right here. We will have our sink here, and we're going to have a sink as well here. Also, of course, we have a sink on this side as well. So now that it's done, what we can do is we could add in our shower. So let's go insert, load family, and we have to go back to shower, and then I'm going to add this stall right here, CM, and then add it onto this side. Now we just need to edit this because we need to know how big we need to add it. So 1600. So select that, edit type, duplicate, just leave it like that, and then we need to change this one to 1600. So either one of them, but we just need to flip this. So here what I'm gonna do is CS on this so that it's easier to add again, and then just delete the older one. And then after that we need sync, so we need to click on load, go back here, we have syncs that we have right here, and just choose what we need to do. So we have vanity sync right here. I'm gonna choose I think the square is good enough. So click on open, CM, add the sync right here, and then the sync on this side. I'm gonna put it right here. Why? So that we could have enough space right here. Let's add in the work set or the table right here. I want to do a floating one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model, generic model, model in place, and then click on OK. We need to create an extrusion for this one, and I'm just going to add that one like that. Click on finish. Click on finish first because we need it's better to have a section right here so that we can see everything else. Flip it and then double select those. Now we need to pull it up all the way to the top right here and then put it like that. So we have a floating like that right there. But before that, again, let's go back here, edit in place, select this. We forgot to put a material, so I'm gonna choose one of the wood right here and then pull it up. So I'm going to choose this one, pull it up, apply OK, and that will be the wood. But we need an opening here, so we need an void form, void extrusion, and we need to void this area so that everything looks nicely. There we go. Click on finish. What we can do is go to a section and then see the way this one works, and then click cut geometry and it will cut right there, and click on finish. So now the void form of a file do not cut anything will be deleted to make delete, because the way this one works is we need an opening for that. I'm gonna show you guys because it's not visible, it's just like that. So I need to do this again. I'm gonna click on void extrusion again, make sure everything is cut accordingly like that. Click on finish, do the section again. I'm just going to pull it all the way up like that, and then I'm going to cut this one to that. So now it is much better. So we just forgot that part right there, that you need to click on select the first one and then the void extrusion that you created. So now this one is visible. As you can see, we can see the hole there. If not, it won't be visible. It will be overlap of this block right here. So now everything is good. We need to do that on this side as well, and we need to add um, this one here as well. So let's add in a sink for this part because we already are in the sink area. I'm just going to add maybe a single sink right there. So press OK, CM, and then let's add it onto this side. I'm going to add it right here, and then let's add in the dryer, the washer and dryer as well. But let's finish this one first. Same goes to this CS, or we could just edit and then do the same thing. Extrusion, maybe the same material as well, and then just add the sink on this side. We can center this off. Let's click on finish first and then center this on, and then we select the block again. Let's move this section. So I'm just moving this section right here so that we can visualize this similar to what we did before. Move it upwards, and then here all the way right here. So now go back to level 1, select this, edit again, and then we just need to create a void extrusion similar to what we did before. Click on finish, go to section, pull it up like so, and then go to 3D if you want, so that you can see how it looks. Right now it's not showing the circle because it's not cut yet, so as you can see. So now click on cut, select our block extrusion, and then now our void extrusion. So now everything is showing up. So very easy to do, as you can see. And we only have a 2D version of the shower onto this, but you can always get, or you can always create your own shower if you want to. So now let's focus on the laundry area. So here let's add in the laundry first. So we need to go back to the main and then go to our specialty equipment, domestic, and then we have go to mid-range, and we have our washer and dryer combos right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add 2 of this. One will represent washer, one will represent a dryer. So click on open, type in CM, and then add this one right here on both back side to side. And then here I don't want the labels to show, so edit and then uncheck show label. So now that's done, what we could do is we could center this one, and then now we could add in the same thing. So select this CS, that will be a generic model, press OK, and then we could add in our extrusion. Use a square or rectangle and then add something like this right here. Click on finish first. Let's move the section onto this part, but here we have a slight problem because we want this one to be above right here, so we just need to move this one all the way at the top right here. Okay, so now that we deal with that, because we just want this one to look like that, align this one so that everything is flushed, and then we could add in a cabinet right here, and then also some cabinets here as well. What we need to do first is open this, so go back to level 1. We need to cut the geometry right there, so select this, edit in place. Same goes right here, void extrusion, select that and open this up. Click on finish, go to section, pull it up so that it cuts all the way there, and then here just select cut, select here and then cut, so it will be nice and everything is cut properly and everything is showing. So now that we're here, might as well double click on here, add some shelvings and close this off. What we could do is go back to model in place, so I'm going to select this, edit in place, and then we're going to create a extrusion. Pick a plate, we're going to select this wall because we're going to extrude it from there, and we need a different wood material. (24C) and 24H now. So now we're going to just add some shelvings here to make everything nice. Offset this to 50 and move it on the inside, so spacebar. So we're creating offset right here, and then might as well just add another one without an offset. And then SL, slice it, split element is SL, and then you just need to delete the one in the middle. Now you have a proper overhead shelvings. Click on finish, go to level 1 so that you can extract it, or you could go to 3D so that you could push it inwards or outwards depending on what you want. So that looks good. Go back to section and then let's close this off, this area. So extrusion, pick a plane, let's select the wall again, and then we're just going to close off this area right here. Change this material so that we have a different materials all the time. We could select that later on, especially once we're in Twinmotion. It's easier to change different materials so that you know that you can change it and you don't need to go back here. Here we just need to pull it back, as you can see, and we have the casing there already. So so a simple way of just adding a value to the room. um, Make sure to create all of this already at least. um, and as you can see, it looks nice. It's good to have 3D created as well. We could just add like a shelvings here if we want to. So something different that we could create. So let's go back right here, click on finish. Might as well create what we're telling you. So now CS on this, um, generic material or generic model, and then here create extrusion, pick a plane. We can select this plane right here, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a shelvings right here. Make sure to don't go above 200 right here. You give it a gap, because once we have the level 2 or created, the floor will be sitting 200 from here, from below of this level. So that's why I'm giving a 200 leg room for this. Here I just need to select, let's change this material just to be sure. We can go H, and then offset this to 50, and then a simple like this will make everything nice. And then I think it's better to just move it like this, and then copy so that we have proper spacing, similar, and then make the last one bigger. SL, you can select one to be one side to be sliced, and what you can do is TR, trim and extend, so it's faster now. And then just click on finish. You can click finish because once we're here, we can manipulate the model in place. So that's why I like model in place, because you can manipulate it afterwards. And then here, what we can do is, if you go back to section, you can copy this. So you will have the same thing that goes around here. You just need a mirror on this wall and you're good to go. You can even edit one of this, and you could go around and have another shelvings right here and make all of this windows. So it's up to you to decide. So at least everything is looking good. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add plumbing fixture, and as you can see, the washroom right here is done. Even the laundry room, and then the powder room right here. So now we're gonna add in some furniture. So go to insert, load family, and go to the main. So once in main, we have furniture right here. And then we could add our tables. So let's add in our dining table first. I'm going to use this dining table. So click open, type in CM, so you can add it right about here. And for me, this is kind of small in terms of width. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this type. You can duplicate this. So you can put in the name, dining table, and then press OK. And then after that, we'll be able to change the dimension. So for this one, I'm gonna make this around probably 1000, and then for the length, let's make it 2500. Let's make this one 1200. Then press OK, and as you can see, this is our dining area right now. We'll be able to move it depending on what you want by using your arrow key in your keyboard. And then after that, let's load family again, and let's add in some seating. So here we could add in seating for our din dining. So I'm gonna use a M chair drawer. Click open CM to add it instantly, and we're going to add this one similar to that. So here maybe 4 would be good enough. And then after that, we need to space it out nicely like that. And what we could do is select one and then click on mirror draw axis or pick axis. Here we have an imaginary line in between of here, so we could just use that pick axis. Or if you want, you could choose the draw axis, and we'll be able to get the midpoint of this table as well. So either way, it works, as you can see. So now let's add in some dining, some living area right here. So I'm gonna load again, go back to seating. So actually we're here, and then we're just going to select. Um, I'm going to use Sofa Corbo. Click open, CM, and then let's add this one right here, and then this one over here. We could move this one first so that it's not in the way. We already created this. We could delete this if we want to, but just leave it right here. We might use it when we're setting up our entertainment system right here. So let's just leave it like that. We could basically create another sofa, edit, duplicate sofa number 2, and we can make this one around 2000 in length. And as you can see, we have created another type of seating right here, and that looks good. Like I said earlier, we're going to add something here in between that we could add as a fireplace. So we could have it on either side of the kitchen. So now, after this, we're going to add the same one over here. So I'm gonna put this one on this side. We can align it, AL, to align it into the wall. So that's good. And then add this one right here, or we could use is the smaller one. So here we could add in maybe a different seating. So maybe this one. Let's add this, CM, and then here we could add it slanted. So I'm gonna use this door as my guide, and then just press your space bar. It will go to a different um, angle, so usually 45 degrees, and then you could even maneuver it afterwards. but I already click it. I want it to be added like this, and then copy, then add one more. So we have a seating right here that is like that. We can have can add in something on this side as well, maybe on here, and then some lamp over here. So something that we could add on later on. Of course, we're going to make this nice and add in our entertainment uh, entertainment system right here. But let's add in our table, our coffee table. So here I'm gonna choose this one, CM, and then we have our coffee table right there, and we could change it. We have already preset sizes right here that we could choose. I know this one is too big, so I'm going to edit, duplicate, and then here I'm going to change the width to 700 and then the length to be around 1500, and then press OK. So I think that's perfect size for this area right here, and CS on that, we can grab that and add it on this side as well, and then just center it a bit to there. So definitely we could maximize the space. We could add in some side table right here. So we have a nightstand table that we could add. Click open, CM, and then add it to this corner right here. Space it out properly. CS on that again, and then add it on this side. And let's add basically a lighting on that side as well. And here we could just add, we're gonna leave this one right there. It's because we're going to add something different, like a standing lamp there. So here, let's go back to the main and let's add some lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have this floor lamp right here, and I'm gonna use this, and then CM. If you notice, I add one at a time. That's because um, I want to add it instantly. So here I'm doing the trick again to add a different angle that I like. So I'm using the door swing, and then once I have my proper or the liking that the angle that I like, I could select that and then change it like this. So that's good. And then here I add one at a time so that I could type in CM and add it instantly. So I don't need to look for my components right here. So if what happens if you added so much stuff already, it's going to be harder for you to search, especially if the name is change. So for example, if you want chair, you could type in chair, but actually the one that you're looking for is named M Chair Brower. So sometimes it will be a lot harder for you to look or to see. So might as well load them one at a time, and then once you load them one at a time, add it, and then it's gonna be faster for you. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a table lamp. So I'm gonna use this, click open, and then type in CM and then add it. So here it's not showing because it's under there. So I'm gonna use my section view, and as you can see, we have our lamp right there. So I'm gonna move it AL, and then go to the floor, and then as you can see, I added there. So if we go back here, it's up to the level, the proper level. So it's 762, and then it's rightly at the top of this. So now, if we select that and CS again, um, if you notice, it will copy as well all the attributes that is already it already have on this model or component. So that's why CS is very useful for everyone, and it's a good way of doing everything fast. And now everything is like that. So now let's add the table right here as well, because we're already here, so might as well add all the furniture. So load family, and then here go back to furniture, and then let's add in the table. And I believe this one is the best one, and desk. I think it's already here, so I'm just gonna use this and then CM. So now I need to look for it because it's already loaded before. So desk, and then we have that desk right there. Space bar to change orientation, and we're going to just add this one right there, and then add the proper chair for this one as well. Chair, seating, and then we have a computer, so chair executive, and then CM on that, and then add it as well. There we go. So now we have our office room created. We can move this one all the way to this side. There we go. And we have something that looks like that. And that looks good. We can even make this one bigger in terms of uh, width. So here we could just put this one at 1700. And then let's create a copy, CM, or actually here, edit type, duplicate. This will be the return. So I'm going to make this one around 1000, and then the depth should be around 500. And then now let's just change this to pull it back, and then CS, change this to 2, and we have a proper return as well. And then let's select all of them, MV, to move everything. So now we have an L-shaped table like that. So we have that one there. And then now what we can concentrate is the living area, or the family room right here, family area. Um, we're going to concentrate on this wall because we're going to make it nice. So now we're going to click on that, move everything on the side so that everything is clear. And as you can see, we can even extend this one if you want to. So we're going to concentrate on this. We're going to make it nice. So we're going to go back to architecture, click on component drop down, model in place, and then generic model. After that, click OK. And first, we're going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then this wall. So I'm going to make this one 10 in extrusion, and then here I'm going to change this to a different wood material. 28H is done. So next stop is 2032C. So same goes here. We need to select all of that. Make sure to move to give a gap of 200 because of the flooring. Click on finish. So that's good. Let's go and add in some extrusion part again. And now we're gonna choose this extrusion as well. Let's add in some cabinets right here on the side. And then here, offset this one to 25 from the inside to spacebar it. Okay. And then here we could just add in, pick it 25, and then we could just copy multiple times. I'm happy with that. SL, just one side of this would be good enough, and then we could use the TR, which is trim and extend. So TR now, trim and extend. Click on finish. We could go to 3D so that we could really see what's going on. And then now we could just extend this one. So we can extend this one to 300. That's good enough. We can add a mantle there in front. So let's go back to section and then create an extrusion again. Pick this one, and then we could just go and add a mantle right about here. This one will have a different extrusion. Let's make it nice, something like that. Very simple. And then we could go right here and change it a bit. Let's do a nicer view. So we could just go extrusion, and then it doesn't need to ask us for a extrusion plane because it's already, we're gonna choose it because we're in level 1, so it's automatic, so it goes to the level. Here we're gonna change this up to a different wood. So C is done, H now, and then here let's add in and then align it right here, and then we're going to create this notch here, and then we could just copy this and then keep on adding that there, and then after that we could just delete this part there, and then just move this one centering, and then SL again to change it, and then TR to trim and extend. And then click on finish, and then go to 3D in order for it to be shown properly, and we could just move it all the way there. So now simple extrusion, it will give us this nice um, entertainment system like this. We can make it further and make it nice. I'm going to have something on this side now. I'm going to create it similar to this. Now I'm going to delete this. What I'm going to do is make this one extruded to 25 again. There we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete this. There we go. Delete this, and then CO 25, and then trim and extend on this. So now it's part of this one, and then we could just copy this CO from that corner to this corner and so on. And then now we could just delete this part and then maybe just center this a bit. I think that's good enough. SL, one side to do the SL, and then TR on this corner. And then click on finish, show it so that we know where we made a mistake. Make continue, and then here it's just, I think, an overlap. So to make it nicer, I'm gonna delete that and then just trim and extend here. There we go. Click on finish, and by simply adding that, look at how nice this one is now. I think the mantle is too high, so I'm gonna just edit. I'm going to move it a bit down like that. Click on finish, and then might as well add in the TV. So let's go insert, load family, go back to the main, and then we have it under furniture actually. We have flat screen. Click on open, type in CM, add it right there in the middle. You won't see it, but we will have it under section. And then here, uncheck this graphic so we don't have stand. And then we can now edit, so diagonal, we could put it to 2500. As you can see, it's too big, so we're gonna make it smaller. So maybe 2000 is good enough. There we go. So 2000 diagonal TV, and as you can see, this one looks really good. What I'm gonna do is put the mantle down a little bit more. I think that's good enough. Finish, and then there we go. And if you see it in 3D, it will look really nice. So a simple entertainment system right there would give your project really nice, and it feels complete, especially when you're having an image from the inside, and having that added really makes a big difference. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in floors. So click on architecture, click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 1, and then click on OK. And what we can do here is actually change this one to 200, and then here let's choose a stone material. So fill stone, add it, press OK, and then OK. and then let's just add it from the inside. So I'm gonna use my pick line. I'm gonna add it over here. You can set multiple um, floors. So for example here, if you want, you could set a different floor, but it's up to you to decide. So now we could just have it like that. So now we need to trim it. So trim it properly, similar to what I'm doing, so that we don't have gap. But if we have a gap, it will let us know. As you can see earlier, I click on show to show me where I did a mistake here. So I think this one looks good. Click on finish, and there you go. Now we have our floors for this one, and obviously we're going to extend this one up to the ground. So we can now click on tab. It will select everything under our exterior wall, and then let's add this one as well, because this is exterior wall as well. So now it's not letting us, so I'm gonna do is hold on control. I'm gonna manually add all of this wall right here, because those are exterior wall as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the base constraint to ground floor. As you can see, it's elevated 400 millimeters from the floor. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, as you can see, we created this entertainment system right here, and then we added some furniture. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do is go to level 1 again, and I want to concentrate at the stairs and also the fireplace right here that connects to both room or both area, the living area and then the kitchen. And obviously it's gonna affect as well here. So it's something that we could do now. So before that, let's go to architecture, and then let's click on stairs. So here we can create a stairs right now. We can set our width to 1000, and then after this, what I want to do is an equal, because I'm just gonna do a U type stairs. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one, and I'm gonna choose maybe 16 only number of riser. So now I'm gonna create, so I'm gonna start here. I want to go up from here and then going there. So right there. So it will let you know. So right there, it's grayed out under the first stairs. Is saying that 8 riser created and then 8 remaining. So you need to click here and then go to the other side to click the other 8, and it will create your its own landing that you can change. So it depends on you. Right now 1000 is good enough for my landing, but depending on the building code on your area, it could be 1000, minimum 1000, or minimum 1500. So depending on your building code. So here I'm just gonna select finish, and then here you can select, and it's easy to change it. If we go 3D, as you can see, it looks nice. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete it on this side because we don't need it right there. I just want it to be fitting properly right here. And then I'm gonna change this. So here I'm gonna change this to maybe glass or rectangle depending on what we want. So glass looks fancy, so I'm gonna use glass, but I don't want this. So this is called stringers. I don't want my stringers. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put none on both of this. So if we put none, as you can see, there's no stringers there. And then after that, I'm gonna select this again, and then let's edit. I want the middle support. In terms of this one, that's good enough. But I don't want, so I'm gonna select this. I don't want my riser. Select that. So now this will be the look, a modern looking stairs right here. And then from here, you can change the materials for your um, threads. So here, what we could do is we could use a different wood material, 32H, now 36C. Click apply, OK, apply, OK. And then here you can select this one and edit the materials as well. Segment railing, and then you can change the materials. You can even change the railing components and the way it looks, but that's something that is more on a different video because that's more time consuming. So here, landing as well, as if you uncheck this, you can change a different one. So same as run is good enough because what we have there is more than enough for this as well. So as you can see, it looks nice, very simple but modern. Open without a riser, but only threads. And then it's supported in the middle. For that middle part, you can actually change the materials right here. So what we can do is change it to a metal material. So use one of the metal materials right here, and then click apply, OK, apply, and then OK. So we're done with this. Depending if you want this one to be thicker, it really depends on you. You will need to uncheck that again. And then I don't want any gaps here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit the stairs, basically the whole thing, edit, and then I'm going to manually extend this one so that everything is lining up correctly. And then even you can change this if you want them to be connected, but I think the other one is good enough like that. And then click on finish, and then there's no more gap on the sides anymore. So that's good. So go to level 1 again, and let's concentrate on this part. I'm going to extend it a little bit so that we can still close this off um, with a simple cabinetry. And then what we could do is we could open this up. I'm going to go back to architecture, click on component, drop down, and then model in place. This will be a generic model, and then click on OK. Extrusion onto this level. We could change this to probably 600 for now, and then change this to a stone material. So let's click on a stone material. Fieldstone is already used. I'm going to use limestone, and then here we could just add in something like that. Very simple, and it looks elegant. So now that we have that, click on finish. Let's add the section right here because we need a visual of this. Push this all text right here onto this side, and then here we could just add this one right there, edit in place, and then we need to add another one at the top. We need to remove constraint, and then here what we can have is we need to make sure that this has a 200 gap, so it should be not. So I'm just estimating it the way that I'm seeing right now, and looks like this is good enough. Here, just don't go over, but I think we can guesstimate it, and we have something like that. Not too tall because it's one of the features of the house. And then we could click on, go back right here, so we have something that looks like that. And then now another extrusion, but this time this is something like a glass. So type in glass, and then we have something right here that we can use, or something acrylic clear. Apply OK, and then let's add it, something like that, and then an offset of 10. Click right there, going to the, and then make it 700 so that we could see it once we create that. So go back to section. We can clearly see that this is the clear acrylic glass, and then there we go. So if we look at this with the shaded view or consistent or realistic, this one looks nice. So we have that. Of course, a different stone will be added here, but something that looks like that. And then we need to add in some grills right here. So we need to add those spacing. And then an exhaust at the top to make it realistic. But I think that's too much already. What we can do now is go to extrusion, and then here we just need something metal. So I'm just gonna add, apply, OK, and then we just need to add it in the middle of this. So I'm gonna offset this to 100, maybe 300. something like that. We can expand this. Actually, let's make this one, offset this to, let's make 100 again. I want to see how it looks. I think that's good enough for 100. And then click finish, go to section, and then we could just put it manually there at the top, and then put it down very small, and then click finish. So that's where the fire will be coming out of. So that's good enough. What I want to do next is to make this one smaller, so only up to the line, so that we have enough space. We could still see how this one looks and how it moves. And then here, this will be glass, and the good thing about that is it will be glass all the way to the top, because that's our mini garden right there. So let me do that. So we need to go to wall, and then we need to choose curtain wall, and then let's just add curtain walls right about here, and then here, and then here. And then we need to go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall, wall, and then curtain wall, and then wall, curtain wall. And then we need to maximize the space right here. We don't need those things to appear anymore, so those are excess. There we go. And we just need to clean up a little bit. And the good thing about this is that because we made this one a wall, what will happen is it will make our room much bigger, because that's the effect of a wall, a glass wall. There we go. So now if we check it in our 3D, of course we're gonna push it all the way to the top, and this will be something that we have. I'm going to move this one down a bit. The reason for that is so that I can still visualize it when I have it at the top. So it will still look like that all the way down there. We're gonna put some grass, and then we're gonna put a small tree, a bamboo or whatever, grass inside, and then it will look really nice inside here. So a small garden or a small oasis from your house. And then this one will look like that. So last thing we're gonna do before we finish this is we could add in a floor here. I'm going to just pull this one up like that, AL, and also on this side. I'm doing this so that we have some separation on those, and then we could just add a grass part on this. So I'm going to do generic model, extrusion right here, make it maybe 20, and then a grass. Pull it up and then click apply, OK, and then just add the grass over right here. Click on finish, click finish, and let's look at it. So we're going to extend this one later on. I just need this markings right here once we underlay the second floor. And then here we could add in the floor. You're not seeing the doorknobs is because you need to change it to under fine. So sometimes it happens like that. And then here, what I'm gonna do as well is go back here, flip this one onto this side, and then I want to add the glass right here. And then let me move this one all the way. So I'm gonna align this. Not aligned, but we need to fix this one right here. So I'm just gonna move it all the way up like that. For some reason it went down. And then let's just add in a glass. So we need model in place, generic model, pick the extrusion plane and the wall right here, and then change the material here to glass. And then let's look for mirror. Let's look for a mirror material. Click apply, OK, and then we could just add this one with the glass like so. Click finish, finish, and then let's edit this one. I just want to have something right here. On this side. And then I'm going to edit that again and to add this. Copy. There we go. Make sure everything is not overlapping. I'm going to just align it onto this side and then pull this one up like that. Make sure this is 50 so that it's consistent. Click finish and then finish, and what we have there is that is much better. It looks nicer. And then what we usually put is we can put lighting around here. So let's edit in place, and then we could change this to hidden line so that we can see it much better. And then you use sweep command, pick path, and then we're going to pick the path what we have right here. So what we can do is we can make it as wireframe so that we can see it much better. We can pick this one out. Click on finish and then click on edit, And then here, what we can do is just a small something like this to add. So 5, and then here type in lighting or light, and then here we could have glass white light luminance. So that's for the light around it. So it looks much better. So just an additional part of this, and as you can see, it looks much better. So once we have it rendered, we have some lights that goes around here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create our fireplace right here and also this part. If you notice, we could go to our 3D view and we have all of this already started and finished. Now what we can concentrate is the kitchen area. So let's go to our level 1 again, and this will be our kitchen area. What I want to do here is to have an L shape and maybe a bar here or an island. So yeah, might as well put an island here and then an L shape on this area. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to our architecture and then model in place, drop down interior component so that you can see the model in place right here, and then now scroll down to go to our generic models and then press OK. After that, go to your extrusion. Because we set it already on level 1, it will be added or extruded from here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose rectangle, and then I'm gonna create this 700. So let's put it at 700. There we go. And then might as well add an L right here, 700 as well, so that everything looks good. Then type in TR and then TR right here, and then delete all of this. It's up to us if we're gonna extend this, but we'll see if until the F grid line we're gonna put it. And then what I want to put here, probably the fridge, so that it's attached to this, but we'll see, because we could always put the fridge on this part right here. And also, or what we can do is we could put in a pantry area right here. I know it's connected to the fireplace, but we're gonna create a casing. So either way, we're going to make this, it's either L shape or U shape. But on this side, so yeah, actually I'm just gonna leave it like this, L shape only, but we have a space here. Specifically, we have a space because we have a fireplace right here. So let's just leave it like this. We're gonna put an island, a small island right about here only. And then we might add the fridge around this part. So I'm gonna pull it down a little bit. We're gonna put a casing here for the fridge so that we have it. Usually it needs to be like a V shape so that it's connected, because we're going to put um, the sink here and then the cooking area right here, or the cooktop in the island, and also we're gonna put the fridge here, so it's still maneuverable. um, so let's make this one. So this is already extruded. Click finish. Let's extrude it up to 875 so that the 25 is the countertop. Before we do that, we need to change this material. We're gonna set this one to a wood material first. So we're gonna select this and let's pull up one of this one, the one that we haven't used yet. Apply, okay, and then click apply again, and then let's finish it first, and let's go to our 3D so that we could manipulate this. So what we have right here is our cabinet, base cabinet. So we could select that, edit in place, and what we could do now is we could create a void sweep. So we're going to pick path, and then we're going to choose pick 3D edges. So select that one there, and then right here click finish, and go back right here onto your modify sweep, and then edit profile. Now we could create our kick plate. So here I'm just gonna select, usually what I do is around maybe 50 here, and then 100 right here, and then click finish, and then go back here again, and then click finish again. You could select cut geometry, and then as you can see, it is cut already. So we're good with our kick plate right there. It looks like a cabinet now. We could go back to our level 1 without clicking finish yet, but if you click this one, you can always just select this again and then edit in place. So either way, it's the same thing. So you can go back and forth right here. So now we're going to create our countertop. So here we're gonna click on extrusion, and then we could set this one on top of this, pick a plate, and then we're gonna select right here. And then we could create this one by using our pick line, because of course we're not gonna go over this. And then we're gonna select our material as a stone material. So we're gonna choose granite polished, apply, okay, and then we have that one there already. We want to make sure that it's 25. So all in all, 875 plus 25, that's 900 millimeters from the floor. So now let's click on finish. Here we just need to select this one, and then there we go. And then if we go to our 3D, it's exactly at the top of our base material or base cabinet, and then we have a 25 millimeters of extrusion from there. So that's our counter. We can click finish right here because we need to add our sink. So let's go back right here and then go to insert, load family, and let's go to our specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then we have couple of stuff here. but we need to look for sinks. So that is, I believe, plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have sinks right here. So we have kitchen sinks. We have enough space so we could do a double sink, and then click on open CM, and then let's put it on top of this. It's a good idea now to create a section. So click on section, and then let's add a section right about here, and then we're just gonna flip this. There we go. So it's flipped on this side. We could change the viewport to a view range right here, but by just grabbing this imaginary line right here, or temporary dash line, and then we could have it look right there on the section as well, so that we could see that it's really at the top of this. So that's good. And then we're going to create a void extrusion. So to create a void extrusion, let's go to our level 1 first. Select this again and edit in place. And then now let's create this void extrusion. Select this one, and we need to go like this. I'm going over this so that we could see everything. If we just go and add it like that, it's still gonna be there, and it's gonna click on flicking, because that means there is an overlapping model there. So that's why it's flicking. So I don't want that, so that's why I'm putting it at the middle of this. And then after that, click on finish, go to our section so that we could extrude it. We could extrude it from the top and then from the bottom. We could pull it all the way to here. I know it's just roughly like here, but that's good enough for me. And then we could just click on cut and then click on finish. If we check it, as you can see, we can see the bottom now. So that's how you're gonna see it if you successfully create the void extrusion from here. So now this one's good. What we can do now is we could create our cabinetry as well at the top. What I'm planning to do is we're gonna create something like this. We could also extrude it from the top. So what I mean is, let's create another one. So select this, edit it in place, extrude it again. We need to select the same material as the base. So that's the Gulam 36H. And then we could do is we could extrude it, I think, let's put it at 1000. The reason so that we could see it from the section later on. And then let's create this one. This one around maybe 500 will be good enough. And then 500 as well here. So now let's trim and extend, and then trim and extend right there. Now that we're good, click on finish, and then we could go to our section, and then as you can see, we could just pull it from the top and then pull it like that. So now we have this L shape as well. So either way, if you're gonna extrude it from the wall, you could do this as well, but it's easier because we have an L shape here. That's why I extrude it from the top and there. So if we look at it, it's something that looks like this. And then we could have a portion at the top so that it's not like all cabinet right here. So, but it's up to us. Maybe later on we could do that, or we could just add it now so that it looks proper. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it down a little bit, and then let's create another extrusion. So this is just a design one. So another extrusion from the base again. This one, what we could do is we can make it bigger like that. I'm just estimating it. The good thing about model in place is you can manipulate it later on easily. So if we need to make it nicer, we could extend it later on. So something like this. And then we're going to just set a material. So we could use EFIST for it. Click on finish, go to section so that we could grab it and pull it up like that, and then pull it like this. So now if you want to see it, it will look like that now. And then we could add in some lights at the top here, or pot lights right here, all the way there, or linear lights, or strip lights. So it's really up to us. And then we could have in our fridge right about here. So before we do anything else, maybe we should add that first. Insert, load family. Let's go to our specialty equipment now. And then domestic, mid-range, and we have a couple of fridge right here. I'm gonna use this one. Click on open, type in CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. We're gonna just pull it right about here in the middle of this so that we could create our casing. I don't want this label, so we could just select that, edit, and then uncheck show label, apply, OK. And then now this one is the look. We could just create a big casing right here. So the good thing now is to add another section so that it's now facing on this side. So let's create that, and then now we could create our casing first. I'm gonna use this one, in place, edit that, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall, and we're going to select the same material that we have right there. Click open, or click OK, and then here we just need to create this casing right here, and then we could just add another one right there. We could delete this, and then SL to split this up, TR to trim this one. So the casing is like that. Click on finish, look at it at 3D. This is too much, so we could just push it back a little bit. So might as well just show just that part of the fridge. It's gonna snap it there, so just give it some space right there. So now everything looks nice. If we want to, we could add in some cabinets here for our fridge, or for our dining area, like those decorative cabinets that you could place a lot of stuff, like decoration and everything. So it's up to you to decide. You could also put paintings there, and then it's really up to you. So sky's the limit for you guys there. And then what we could do is we could even extend this one if we want to, but I think this is a good separation for everything. So now click on finish, and then let's just continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start our kitchen, and as you can see, we have our base and our top cabinets, and we put a casing right here. Now we're gonna completely work on this again. We're gonna try and add in all our cabinet doors on top and bottom, and also probably we'll be able to start adding our island. So let's go and do our cabinets first. So let's go to our level 1, and we want to make sure to click on this section right here. We get start off by adding the cabinets on this part. I want to do is to add the cabinets here first on this part right here. That's because we want our cabinets to be centered on this part first. So we're gonna put in some drawers and some hinge doors. So let's do is we could start off by selecting this, edit in place again, because we're gonna work on this again. Click create and then click on extrusion, and then we're gonna pick a plane and we're going to choose this plane right here. So select that, and then you wanna do is put in 10 extrusion, and then here we have our same materials as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on rectangle, and then we're gonna offset this to 10 as well. So right here, I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this corner right here, space bar, so that it goes to the inner side. And then here the problem is we have this one on this side right there. So don't worry, because we could click on this wireframe so that we can see where should we add those stuff. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side. So this is our L shape, and this is the side where the cabinet is, and this one is all the way to the end. So by using wireframe, you'll be able to see what's behind. So right here, what we can do is select this one and then put it to 10. So it looks like it's exactly where we want it to. And then now let's add in a line here. So what we want is 10 offset right here. And then we want to make sure this is 10. And then let's just center it by just eyeballing it. And as you can see, that's pretty much centered there. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to add it probably right here. And then now we have the proper spacing. So we're going to copy it again, make sure multiple is checked, and I'm just going to maintain this spacing right here all the way to the end. And then here we could just leave it like that. This one as well, select that, click on CO, copy it from this corner right there, and then add it similar to what we did. And then here, just leave it like that. We're gonna put in maybe a drawer right here, and then want to make sure 10 is the extrusion end on this. So now we're tasked to slice it up. So SL, slice it on one end like that. The reason for that is we're going to trim and extend on one side only, so that we don't need to do the 2 times. So I'm just slicing it on the left side, and then I'm just going to quickly trim and extend on the other side. Now we're ready to trim and extend. So we're just going to trim and extend on the right side of this gap. So it's a lot easier to do. Before I was slicing it on both sides, and I was like, this is taking me a while, but now as you can see, it's much faster when you're doing it like this. So if we check it into our 3D, as you can see, it looks really good. We were able to add it like that. Now we could just go back to our section again and edit. We're going to choose the ones that we're going to add. So for example, this one, I'm going to add another line right here. Make sure the gap is 10 as well, so that everything is proper and uniform. And then here we want to probably add maybe this one as well, and then copy it onto this side, and then we could basically copy it on this one as well, and then this one, this double drawer right here, we could have it maybe on this side, then we could just extend this one. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna slice it right about there. TR, trim and extend on this side so that it extend there, and then on this side as well. So that one is good. And then here, SL again. So slice it on one side so that it's easier for you to remember to just trim and extend on the bottom. And then SL as well here. And then trim and extend. And then lastly, SL on this side. And then trim and extend over right here. So we have everything done. Let's click on finish first before we do anything else again. So that is looking good. Go back again to section, and then now we need to add in some of the details to make it really look nice. So I'm gonna select that, edit it again. For this one, actually just click on finish. We are going to add a void extrusion. So here, void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this. And then now here, what we're gonna do is we're going to put, I think we're gonna start -5 and then 5. I believe that's the one that I did before. Now we're going to create a rectangle and then click on 50 here, offset. Let's check it. Make sure this one looks good. And we just need to add all of those. So we're just adding all of those extrusion right now. And because of that, So I think they call it as shaker cabinets. Those are modern looking cabinets and very famous at the moment for designers. So shaker, having that simple but very elegant. Most of the time, it's colored white, and then you'll get like a brass or dark metal handles, and it really looks good. So here I just need to click on finish, and then click on cut geometry, and then click on finish again. Let's check it out and see how it looks, and that looks really good. Just that simple extrusion right there, it really pops, and it really add a really nice feel to our um, cabinets right there. And right now what we need to do is create it at the top as well. So let's go back to section. So now let's go and do our top cabinets right here. So what we can do is we can going to select this one again, edit in place, create, extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this plane right here. Click on tab, make sure this is highlighted. So this one, all of this is highlighted, and that's the one that we're gonna choose. After that, we need to change this again to the same material. So this one right here, and we need to make this one extrusion N10, and this one is 0 for now. So we need to do that. Click on rectangle, and then here 10. Select on this corner spacebar to put it onto the inside, and then let's add it right here. After that, let's add in our lines right here. So what I want to do is to recreate the spacing that we have right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move it first. So I'm gonna estimate the location. Copy, and then add it here. Because we remember that I'm just going to align this first. AL, I need to align it again. And then align it again right here. And then after we aligned it, we know that it's the same gap what we have right here. So I'm gonna copy this, or copy this first, CO, and then grab it from there, and then select it like that. So definitely we have the same spacing now. Copy again, CO, add it on that part. And then what we have right here, we don't need to add any more. Let's just leave it like that, or we could just add something, a blank there. That is too small for that area right there. And then after that, all of these are cabinets. So what we can do then is just click on finish. Sorry, we need to splice it. So split element, all of them. I'm gonna put it on left side first. and then do it on this side as well. And then afterwards, let's trim and extend on the right side, TR. And then trim it on the bottom as well. And then just click finish first. And then after that, let's create the void. So click on void extrusion, pick this plane, which is our cabinet. Make sure everything is highlighted. And then now we need to do the same thing, 5 here and then -5 here. And then now click here, offset to 50 as well. Space bar. This one just takes time, but if you think about it, it's very easy to create. So now click on finish, click on cut geometry, and then click finish again. And let's check it out into our 3D to see how it looks. And so far everything looks good. Now what we all need is just finishing up on this side. So it's section 3, so we need to go to section 3. Make sure this is in wireframe so that we can see the ends. So this will be the ends right here, and this will be the end right there. And then obviously we're going to make this one nice as well. So now let's select this again. What we could do is push this one on the right side so that we have enough view here, and then select here again, edit, and then let's do it right here as well. Pick a plane. I'm going to choose this one first. So bottom first, and then here let's start at 0, and then luckily it's easy because we have the materials ready there. Here, select that, click on offset 10 first, and then let's add this one right here. There we go. And then click on finish, edit this again. Let's add in some gaps right here. Make sure this is 10 to be consistent. And then we could just copy this and eyeball it depending on what we want. You could just add a small part there. The reason for that is most of the time we don't, if you check the cabinets, you don't usually add something on this side because it's something that it's really hard to, it's going to be a distraction and it's going to be an obstacle to just go through. So might as well just put in a small piece there that is not it's not something that you can open with. So now let's just slice it or split on one side first, and then trim on the other side. And then click on finish, create a void extrusion, pick a plane and select this plane. Now we do the 5 and then -5 void extrusion, select rectangle and then click on 50 right here, spacebar to change orientation, and just quickly add those things and then click finish, select cut and then click finish again and double check if everything is good. And let's go to section 3 again and then on the top side. So click here, edit, and then create extrusion, pick a plane and then click on tab to select that one, make this one 0 and then 10 again, and then material to be the last one right there. Select here, offset 10 and then spacebar to go from outside to inner, and then 2 lines, either way is good. And then let's just add copy it, and then here this one is good enough. I think the spacing is good enough. I'm just eyeballing it, but it looks good. And then SL again, split element on one side and then trim it TR. Click finish and then create a void. Pick a plane, select this plane right here, and then select this, make it 5 and then -5 there, and then 50 offset, space bar from outside to inner part of the offset. And then click finish, cut geometry and finish again. Let's see, everything is good. Looks like everything looks really good. Not complaining on anything. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the shaker cabinet doors. And as you can see, we created it with an extrusion and then we added void extrusion after that and to give that effect. Now we're going to continue working on this. We need to go back to section 3 and then we need to finish up adding all of this right here into our refrigeration opening right here. So now click on edit in place and then after that select create extrusion and then we need to pick this plane right here. After that, what we can do is we need to set this up again with 10, and then this one with just 0, and then the materials is the same, cabinet base and top finish. So now after that, click on rectangle, and then we need to offset this by 10, and we need to select it from the corner to another corner right here below. After that, we need to add all of this as well. Make sure to click right there, and then you click here as well. I believe for this one we need to go right about here. The reason for that, I didn't see this one right here, that it needs to be all the way here. We don't want to make sure that everything is at 10 millimeters, so we need that gap to be consistent. AL on this, so that we have the right one, and looks like everything is good. And then what we can do is we could just have a big one right here that separates this part right here from this part. I would like to make this one an open, so I'm just going to add something like this one right here. Then I'm going to add another one, 10 on the gap right there, and then maybe I could just move it something like that. Okay, and then after that we need to just add something here in the middle, just to give that separation as well, because that's too much, too big as well. And then maybe just offset this to 10, so that we don't need to have another line there, and then we just need to splice it up. So, and then right here as well at the top, I choose the top so that I can remember to just trim it from the bottom. And I kind of centered it from this one so that it's easier to view. And then after that, we can click finish, and here we just need to have a gap again, so might as well just add this one right here, and we want to make sure this is 10 from the gap, SL on that, and then trim it afterwards. Click finish, and then after that, create again, create void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we choose this one. Do it again, 5 and then -5 right here for the start and then the end of the extrusion. And then here we just need to offset this to 50, and then space bar to go from the inner side of the offset. And then we're just making it beautiful right here, and to be consistent with the design. Right there, and then right here as well. I want to make sure that this one lines up with the below, and we're good. So click on finish, and then click on cut geometry right here. It will cut it, and then we'll be able to see everything nicely right there, and that looks good. one thing we need to do is we need to add cabinet handles, so or hardware. So I got you guys covered there. So you just need to go to part 1 description. There will be a second link there. The first one will be all the families that I use here, and then the second link is for the extra families that I created. So this one is the handle, so kitchen handles. You just need to download it, and then once you download, you just need to drag and drop. So give me a second. Desktop, then download. Here you just need to drag and drop. I'm gonna drag and drop it, and then here this is a face-based family. So as you can see, you'll be able to add it to any face, so even right here as well. So as you can see, I'm gonna add it right here. I'm also gonna add it here as well. You can add it on this side as well, and then on this side. So any side that you're gonna add it, please add it, so that we just need to put it in the proper location once we're in that section. So for now, let's go back to section 2, and then here you'll be able to add it to the proper location. So I'm gonna move it to the center of this cabinet. So once I have that, it's easy for me to just mock it in place and add it to the specific location. So I'm just going to CO, make sure multiplies is checked, and then I'll be able to add it on all drawers right now. So that's how easy it is. At least everything is same in terms of location, and there you go. So I handle all the drawers right now, and then for this side, you do estimate where do you want it, or you decide. So for this one, it's either on this side or on this side. But after that, we have the one for the sink. Then I'm gonna do is this side, and then I'm going to put it on the middle as well. So have it on each side of this. So right now, I think the better way is to add on this side. Why? So that everything is consistent. And then I'm going to add it right here, and then also on this side. So now we have something that looks like this. So I like it, so I'm gonna keep it like that. So here, what I want to do is to add it in the middle first, similar to that, and then copy it, and then add it onto the other side. There we go. We can align it so that everything is aligned properly. Align it as in this side as well. There we go. And then now what we can do is we could just copy both of this and then add it on this side now, and then also on this side. So now everything is added, and then just one more right here and delete this. So now everything looks proper. So here, hinge, hinge, and there. So now let's go to the other side, the section 3, and just do the other. So here I'm going to put it on this side first, and then I'm going to mirror draw axis so that I could estimate the location of this. There we go. Nudge it in place a little bit, and then here we could just copy And then here I'm probably going to delete this, and then we have that. So we could put this one either way, so it's up to you. And then we have something right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side, and then copy, and then add on the other side. On both of them, copy, CO, and then add right there. So now both are able to be open. And then lastly, on this side, basically you just add those cabinet handles and then add it right there. So now everything is properly added. We have all the handles that we have or we can add, and then everything looks proper. And as you can see, it looks really good. So now let's focus our attention to creating the island. It's up to you if you want to delete all of the sections that we created. For now, you can move it on this side and then move this one on the other side so that it's easier for us to add later on. We could just drag it and then we could flip it. Either way, just leave it for now. We're probably gonna use it when we're in adding some details on our island. So now let's just move this one a little bit forward, and then let's add our island. So go to architecture again, component, drop down, and then model in place. I choose the generic model, but it's up to you if you want to categorize your family. I just want to categorize it as generic model for now. You can always come back and change it afterwards. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion, make sure this one is start 0, and then this one is 875, similar to the height of what we have here. And then in terms of material, we could use this material as well, so that's fine. And then we could estimate the location. So here what we can do is we have something right here. So this is 1000 by around 2400, or yeah, let's do 2400 because I'm estimating we could open this door right here and then people can go around here, so that's fine enough. We could nudge it right here on this side, and then we could add some chairs here. So now let's create this and select finish, and then after that let's go to 3D, and as you can see it just looks like that. Now what we can do is let's go back to 3D, and we want to add the kick plate on this side and then on this side. So we need to go and create a void sweep and then pick path, and then we're going to select that, click on finish, and then here edit profile and select rectangle. We're just copying the same thing as what we did earlier, 100 and then 50 right here for the kick plate, and click that, and then after that click finish and then cut. So that one is cut right there, and then we just need to create the other side as well. I don't want to cut on this side because we're going to add the countertop on the side as well, so it's like those waterfall effect. So that's what they call waterfall. So I'm just going to do that. Click finish, click here again, edit, and then click rectangle. 50 and 100 again, and then 50 here, and then click finish, and then click finish again, and then cut geometry. So looks like this is cut, so we're good. I just need to click on finish first because now we need our sections back again. I'm gonna put this one right here. I believe this is section 2, so that looks right. We could change this to hidden now because we need to concentrate right about here. We need to select this, add it in place. We're gonna put the waterfall countertop right now, and then here we need to create an extrusion, pick a plane right about here onto our island, and then we need to create or change the material. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to stone material. We could use this one because that's what we use for our top as well right there. So we're gonna use that. We're going to choose rectangle as well, and then after that delete this part, and then we could do an offset of 25. And then here just select, press escape first, and then select this one so that we don't have to offset there anymore. And then here let's do an extrusion of 50 first. Click apply, go and do right here under 3D, click finish, and then now we just need to manually add this one at the back, and then in the front we need to add some of that. I want it flush on this side, so I'm going to use AL and then align this one as well. And then here we just need to move this one right about there so that everything looks good. That looks good right there. So click on finish, and what we have is this effect. We could go to level 1, go to insert, let's add in a chair, go to the main, and then go to furniture, seating, and then let's look for the chair for this. I'm gonna use this chair stacking. Click open, type in CM in order for you to load, spacebar to change orientation, and then let's just add right about here. And then once we're here, as you can see, we can still push this one forward a little bit because we have some gap there. So that looks good. We could go to load family again, and then go to specialty equipment. We need to add our cooktop now. Go to mid-range, and then we have different kinds of cooktop. We also have the high-end right here, so we could choose either or. I'm gonna put this one or maybe this one, so either way, CM once you load it, and then add it like that. This one, I don't want the label, select that, and then uncheck this one. Apply, okay, and then 3D. Here it looks really good. We have it right there. Double check it on the section if it's in the proper height, which is it is, so we're good with that. And then let's load in the range, hood range. So we have island because this is an island, so it's not a wall. So what we can do is add it there as well. So CM, add it right about here. And then I don't want the label again, so we could just uncheck this one. And then after that, go to section 2 and then move it going to the top, all the way at the top. If you think this is too low right now, we could just push it all the way right there. So now we have something that looks like this, and as you can see, everything is looking fine into our model or our design right here. So I'm happy with the way it looks, and we could add in more details later on. So let's stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the island. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do first is to add the backsplash. So here we will need to go to sections again, and then we need to add it on the back of this one. So we need to put it into wireframe again just to see everything else. So now what we could do is select this, edit in place, so that we could just add the extrusion right here. We're gonna select, so we're gonna set pick path, and then we need to select the wall. But before that, let's close this off because we need to know if this is all the way there. So that's why we weren't able to select the wall, because the view range is off. So now if we go back here, and then if we select this and edit the in place again, and then pick the plane, we'll be able to select the wall now. So this one, we can select the wall because everything is highlighted like that earlier. And then here, we could just put 10 and then change the material to tile. And then maybe this one, ceramic tile. Let's choose this one. And then click here and let's add it from this corner to this corner right here. And then click on finish again. And then as you can see, we have our background right there. So all the way there and all the way on this side. So we were correct on adding those parts. So now let's put this one right here so that we could see it again. And then let's add it. So edit in place. And then here create extrusion, pick a plane, and we need to select the wall right here. So that's selecting everything, so that means that's the wall. It's already set for the materials, and we just need to select the end of there and then the end of here. Click on finish and then finish again. Let's go to 3D to see if everything is being added correctly. And that looks like everything is good. And I'm happy with the result. We just need to do some more of adding here. Also, we need to extend the side here. So AL, align it onto this face and to this face right here. Align this one as well so that everything is flush, because there's some gaps there and we just want everything to be flush with the cabinet doors. So that's looking good. We have this overrun. This one should be high, but we only have this one at the moment, but that's good enough. Usually it needs to be those bar height chairs. So we have this one at the moment, so that's good enough for me. We just need to add cabinets right here on this side, and then maybe those footrest right here. So we need to go to level 1 again, and then now we just need to move this and flip it around. So flip it and just leave the view range like that. That's fine with me. I'll be able to manage the look right here, but we just need to change this to hidden so that we don't get disturbed with what the background is. So that's good enough. This one here, select this, add it in place, and then create again, extrusion. We need to set the cabinet doors again. We need to select here, and we need the wood material again. So Gulam, the last one that we have. Here we need 10 again, and then we need right here 10 for the offset. I'm gonna select this corner right here, spacebar, so that it's from the inside, and then like that, adding all of those. We need to add a wall, and then right here, spacebar, so that it's from the inside. So we have 10 right there. We just need to have on this side and then on this side. And then we could add in something else. I think this one we need to move it a little bit from this side. And then I'm just gonna copy one of this and then pull it right there. And then even this one, CO, copy to this part and then to this part. Now we just need to slice it right here and then the other way as well. And then trim and extend. And then here as well. So click finish on that, and then click create void form extrusion, and then pick this one again, and then now we put 5 and then -5 here. Apply, and then here 50 as well, and then we need to rectangle, and then here corner to corner. Okay, so now that's done. Select finish, click on cut geometry, and then click finish again. So that is looking good right now. We have that for sure right there, but we just need to add in some right here, some door, and then here align it, AL on that. And we just need to go back to our section so that we could just add it properly. So looks like everything is good with this. Copy this on this side, and then now select this, copy it to the corner right there, and then add it on this side. So you need to double check it. So we have cabinets there. You can also make this one side as a drawer or um, two drawers, so it's up to you if you want to change it. So either way it will be good. So I'm just doing it as a all hinge doors right now, because that's something that is not visible right here, so that's good enough. And you always have all of this right here, and cabinets all throughout here. You can even change one of the cabinets to have glass door so that it's see-through, but that's something that you will need to create a void and those kind of stuff, so it will take longer, but it will look nice as well. Maybe in the future video we're gonna create those. So as of now we have that one done, and then we need to add something right here. So I'm gonna use level 1, and then here we need to add a model in place again. I'm just gonna use a new generic model right here, generic model 11. You can change the name it depending on what you want, but here I'm just gonna create a, maybe I'm gonna create not an extrusion, but I want to create a sweep. Sketch a path. I'm gonna sketch this one right here. Make it rectangle first. Somewhere right here is the location. I'm gonna delete this one, and let's go onto this part right here. I'm gonna curve it. So to curve it, I'm going to use fillet arc, and then maybe 60, and then 60 here as well. So that now that it's curved, we could go to 3D and then create our circle right here. So it's not in the correct axis, that the ones that I want to add. So that means I need to put it on this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select pick plane. I'm gonna trying to select to this plane, but it's not letting me because I started with the floor plane. If I show the plane, it's gonna show all of this right there. So it's not the correct one, so we need to redo it because I have it like that. So now it's not letting me. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this sweep first, and then what I'm gonna do is let's go and cancel this. Instead of right here, we can do is I'm gonna go back right here, flip this one, and move it on this side. So now I'm gonna do it again, but looking at this side. Generic model, and then here I'm gonna do a sweep again, sketch path, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this plane. Once I select that, I could go to level 1 and maybe add this part right here, because so what I'm gonna do is instead go back here and then just create a line, something like this. Good enough. So finish. I'm gonna do is select profile, edit profile. We could just create something like this for now. Make sure this is metal material. Maybe this one or this one we haven't used yet. Apply, OK, and then finish. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just support it from this side. Obviously it's like that. What we can do is I'm gonna move it a little bit forward. And I'm just gonna leave it like that. Edit sweep, sketchpad. I'm just going to maximize this so that it's supported on each side. Might as well do it here so that I have a good visual of where things are located. I think that's good enough. I don't want to spend more time on that part, so I'm just going to do it like that, and I think that's good enough. So now that's done, what I want to focus now is to add all of our curtain walls, specifically right here, and we could add it on this top as well. So let's go back to architecture, click on model wall and then curtain wall. We just need to drop down, and basically it's right here, and we need to add it from here, but you need to click on spacebar so that it's from the inside. So don't worry about that. That is just Revit saying that it's not visible at the moment yet, so that's fine. So here what we can do is just add a wall right here, a curtain wall there, a curtain wall right here. But if we're going to add something right here, we could just put a small one here and a small one right here, and then we have this one as those custom built-in shelvings that we could add. It will really look nice on this area. What we can do is we could add a curtain wall right here as well along to this wall, so if we want to, but because we already have this, I think that's good enough for and then maybe we could just add it on this side. And then here, I think that's good enough there, and then we could add it onto this part. I think we're good enough with the location of those light or those windows. We can now go to modify, click on cut, and then select the wall and then window, wall and then curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, and then just do that. and everything is cut already. We could go to our 3D and then see where it'll look. Um, this one is some wall right here that will be shown later on. So I want this to be from top. I'm going to align everything from the top first. So that's the way I like it. Every top is the same, but the height from there is different. I want to know how the height here is so that we could replicate that instead. So the height is 2000. I believe that's good enough, knowing that that's a door. So here, I think that's good enough there. Minus the 200 from the top, I think we're maximizing the window height there, and that's good enough. So I'm just going to align the top first, and then once we align the top, we can concentrate on which one should we increase or not. So here definitely we need to select the curtain wall so that we could pull it up like that. So if there's a washroom, we need to pull it up like that so that it's the privacy concern. We could have this one as well, similar to that. Here we could just estimate it. I think that's good enough there. Same goes right here onto this side, and then just copy that. And this one we need to be private about here as well, but not too much, so just mid-size is good enough. And then here, because this is a bedroom, we could just increase that like that, because we could always put a curtain there. And plus we could add in, you know what we could add in here is, yeah, we could add in some curtains here for sure. It could be a bedroom, it could be an office, and so that if we add a bedroom here, you can put in a computer table, study table right here as well with the entertainment system. So that will be sick. Really nice for that. So we could leave that one for now. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our kitchen right here, and then we added some curtain walls or our windows. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to level 1 and double check everything. So we have our windows right here, and I think everything is good. I think right now is the good time to go to our second floor. So let's select level 2, double click on that, and we have our level 2 right here. As you can see, we can still see the underlay for the base level 1. So for us to continue, usually I would just leave it right now so that we could visualize the layout for our level 2 here as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on right here on our exterior wall, and we'll be able to type in CS to create similar. So that's one of the reason why I like my underlane to be turned on, so that I'll be able to add all of this instantly, because we already have all this um, different walls and our furniture's already added. So might as well just leave it like that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on C1. So we're gonna start from there. This will be from going to level 3. So level 2 is the base, and going to level 3. C1, going to C2, going down right here. Actually, we could just push it forward a little bit, so we could add in up to C3, and then going down to D3, and then going across here to D4. So right here, we just need to select D4, and then going all the way down up to here. I like to have separation of design here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to G4. So I'm gonna click it here, and then I'm gonna create a bulge right here. So around 500. And then I'm going to go all the way down. So similar to right here. I want to hit at least over the H grid line. So I'm going to go 4200 from here. And then after that, we're going to go around, I like putting around 2200, and then going back right here to our intersection of H, but we're gonna go over that around 1200, and then we're gonna go across again. This will be 1000, and then going back to H grid line, going across here, and then I'm going to go onto our H grid line from the third vertical number 3 line, and then we're going to go across here to I1, and then finishing off and closing it off at C1 again. So that's our exterior wall from here. Now we're gonna select our interior wall from the underlay base level, CS on that again. But right now we're gonna start off at E1, and we're gonna create this wall right here, going to E3, and then closing it off right here. So that's one of the room right there. And then here we can start off going right here in the midpoint. What I want to do is just add first the wall. So I'm gonna add the wall, and then this wall I want it to be referencing E grid line, and that grid line I want it to be around 2400, so that this is perfect. So just exactly where I want it to be. So that's 2400 from this grid line. So that's perfect. I just want to close it off. I want to use F grid line, and then close it off right there. So TR, trim and extend. So that's closed off. I'm happy with that. And then after that, we're gonna add in another interior wall. Let's go to our G grid line, And then we can go right here, going down, connected onto this wall. So let's just connect it onto this wall. And then after that, we could just connect this or close this off. So from G3 to G1, let's close that off. And then we have our closed area right here. So I just need to recreate this one as well. And then we have also our stairs onto this side. And then we could close this off as well. I want to close this off. I want it to be at least give it some space around 2300 and then close it off right here. So now that's done, I think it's better for me to turn it off first. So once we turn it off, we can see how this one looks. Although this one is still all the way here, I'm not sure how come it's still showing, but we'll deal with that later on. But at least you can see that all the closed area that we have, and it's going to be easier for us to see once we add doors as well. So I want to turn on and off this underlay because we already have some doors that we already included, and it's easy for me to just select that CS, and then here I'm going to add the door. So with the rotation, I'm gonna space bar right here, and then after that, space bar right here, add that one there. We're going to open this one right here. I'm going to add something right here, a door, and then actually we're going to add another wall right here. So we're going to extend this one and then add a door again, going to this. And then we're going to add another door onto this one. This will be another bedroom. So we have 3 bedrooms, and then we have some family room right here that we could use. So because we have a sofa here, might as well add the same sofa. And then we could just add it on this side now. And then some chairs as well. I want to make it 45 degrees, so I'm going to just add it like that. And as you can see, this one looks nice like that. We can even extend this one so that we have a nice or a better look. So duplicate this, and then with the width, I'm going to make it 3000. And as you can see, it looks nice like that. Just perfect on that location. And then might as well add some side table. There we go. And then added some lighting there as well. I want to add this lighting as well right here. So okay, let's add this kind of lighting here as well to make it look nice, and then space it out properly to the wall. And then we could just add an entertainment system right here, and then add this one as well. So once we turn it off, once we added everything that we need, we can turn everything off, and then we'll be able to see much better what we have. Here I'm going to add this one. This is the washroom right here. And then we need to add another wall. So interior wall, right about here. I want to add a wall right here, closing this one. So just giving some opening. So, and then we could just add something like that right there. And then same goes. Let's add something like that right there. We could extend this depending on how we need it to be. So we could just extend. So, and then we could copy this one right here because it's the same size. And then here we could extend this one. So, but it's better to just add it right now. And then here as well, interior wall, we could add right here. And then add the same thing as what we have on the other side. So we could extend this one depending on what we need. We could delete this first because it's easier to add this one anyway. So delete all the sections, and then we could add this one as well. So this is a perfect size right here. So this is around 1800, and then this one is 1800 as well. So you could just make that one 1800, and depending on what your design is, you can extend that. Even right here, might as well put it as 1800. We don't need to make it too big. But because this is the main one, we could just leave it, or we could just change this one. So 2000. So we can edit this, duplicate, and then change this to 2000 for the depth. So now we could just move it to the corner so that everything looks nice. And then I'm gonna grab this one as well. And because this is the main one, I want to add a double sink here. So double vanity is the way to go here. And then add this one. And I think we've added everything that we need onto this area. What I want to add is just the sink right now. Double sink on that, and then sink right here, and then sink onto this area. I will also want to get this one as well. I think it's much better if we could get this one, but the thing is it is custom to this area. As you can see, if we copy that and add it here, it's something that we can get away with. So this is just generic, and we could just move it right here to this area, and then we can add it onto that. And then we have our sink right there. So just move it a little bit. You can extend this one depending on what you need. We could just copy this one as well and do it on the other side. You can rotate it so that it looks much better in terms of spacing. think that's good enough. And then we could just nudge this one in place as well. And then in terms of spacing, that's up to you if you want to extend everything else. So I'm gonna copy this again and then add it onto this location and then extend it. And of course we need to add another void here so that everything follows through and everything is showing. So that's something that we could add later on, but I just want to align this one as well so that everything is aligned properly. So now I think I don't need to add anything here anymore. And then we could just turn this off so that you guys don't get confused. So it's much better to see. So now this is an open area. So what I want to do is to just give this one, I'm just going to add, instead of this one railing, I'm gonna sketch a pad. I'm gonna sketch it right here, and then I'm just gonna delete the walls right here so that at least I know where to put the opening. So at least once they come up here, they could still see people in the living area. And then we could use this one. I think this one shouldn't be showing, but for some reason maybe the height is too high and it's still showing. So I'm just gonna hide this on this level. It's still gonna be shown on level 1, but it's just showing too much right here. I think the view range is kind of off on that. And then here, I think we copied it onto this part. I believe you cannot pull it up, so I'm gonna double check that. So might as well show this one. This one is not showing anything, so I'm going to go back here, flip it so that we could show on this side. This one, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it up instead so that we don't need to redo that. It's just the same thing we're trying to do, although the void form is the one that we need to really create. And then here I just need to flip this one and then move it upwards. Something like that. And then go back here and then just flip it. There we go. I think that's good enough. I'm happy with that. And now it's showing right here onto our second floor. We could delete this one again and then show all of this. I want to add some furniture, so the bed. So furniture, bed, I'm gonna use this one. CM, I'm gonna use the queen instead. and then move it like that. We could put this one right here. I want to flip this one. I think this is much better. And then here, where this one is, will be our main bedroom or our master's bedroom. I'm going to add that. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start creating the second floor. Now we're going to continue working on this. But before that, we need to go back to level 1 because we need to check if we have the floors already, which we have. So actually we're good with floor 1, but we could add level 2 right now. So let's go to floor, and then we could edit duplicates, and we have floor number 2. Let's maintain 200, and here we need to set it as a wood material. So let's look for a wood material that would be best for here. This one, I usually like the mahogany color for the second floor, so let's use that instead. Let's click on pick line, and we need to go around right here. On this area, it will be a balcony, so we're going to remove this part later on, and instead we're gonna add in a balcony. So let's add this one first, and then we could deal with that later on. So just choose the inside wall, and then now we need to do the trim and extend on all corners. So anything that is intersecting, we need to undo that, and we need to connect them all together. So this one will be added, and then all of this, and then we will have an opening right here. So we need to have something like this. Of course, there should be a gap between the railing and between here. And then now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pick this line actually, and then let's trim and extend here, and then SL here to slice it up, and then trim and extend right here as well. So now we have that opening right here, and I didn't choose this one because I don't want my floor to be showing right here. I want it to be flush, so that's why I have it on here. You can always put it in the middle, but it's up to you. This is just my design overview. So now, and then we need to create an opening onto this area as well for the stairs. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around here, SL again, and then TR, trim and extend onto this area. So now we have that opening right here, and then we have this one right there. What we can do is we could put this one in the middle. I don't want this one to overlap, And then this one, what we can do is we could have something like this instead. So I'm gonna trim this and then trim this part. It might be glass here, so we'll just navigate later on. If we put glass here all the way to the top, then we need to just put this one right here to show that there's a floor there. So either way, we're gonna check that later on. And then here, what we need to change here is that this will be an outside, so this will be an exterior wall. This one will be exterior wall as well. So in order for you guys not to be confused, I'm just gonna delete this and then add those one later on, because it's easier for us to add. And then in terms of this one, what we can do is we could create an open area. So here, instead of having a door, what we can do is we could create an opening. So if you select a wall, you can create an opening by selecting this under modify, wall opening. You will need to click twice to show how do you like the wall. So now if you want to see the look of what we created, I could create an image right there, and as you can see, we have our bed there and we have our wall opening. And of course, if we have a ceiling, there will be a ceiling there. So that's the way you can create a wall opening. Another way is you can select that wall. You need to have a section here, and then you could just edit the wall, but this is a lot easier than doing that. So might as well just use this way so that it's easier for you. So here we're gonna create a wall opening as well, and we could just have that one like that. And of course, if it's nicer if we have a bigger closet area. So what we can do is we could move this one a bit. Similar to that, we can move this one. And the good thing about model in place, as you can see, you can basically change that instantly right there. There we go. And then it's really up to you to decide. And here as well, let's create a wall opening for our closet area, our walk-in closet. So now like that, we have something that looks like that. I'm going to add it on this area. Why? So that we could have a nicer walk-in area here, a lot bigger. So we're basically maximizing the space. So here as well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create that wall opening. Around 700 is good enough. There we go. And then to add those cabinet, usually I just show it with a line. So I'm going to use thin line first. And then I'm just going to add something like this to mix it up. Of course, we could extend this one. So just a quick way of adding those details right there. It's up to you if you want to add a bigger one and if you want to really model it, but as of right now, adding those lines is good enough for me. And then here I could add another line as well to show that we could add a space there. And then here we could have a bigger one, a U shape. And then it's up to you to decide how big you want it to be. You can space it out, you can eyeball it, and it will show like that there. And then after that, what I usually do is to add demolish line and then add those details again. So now demolish line added afterwards, and there we go. You can even choose pick line and then offset this one to 50 so that to be consistent in that regards. And then you just need to trim and extend afterwards. There we go. That's good. So for this part, it's really nice that we have this part right there. And then here we just need to do the same thing so that we represent the walk-in closet like that. There we go. This one is good. We could have some seating here as well if we want to, or we could have a desk as well. So either way, you can have a desk here. I think it's better if we show, because we already added a desk. So just go to underlay and then choose level 1, and then let's add the desk like that right here, or this bigger desk onto this area. And then let's use the seating as well. So there we go. And then after that, you can turn it off. Put it to none, and then at least it's easy for us to add those. I'm also going to add this side table on all throughout here. I think it's a good addition to the bedside area. And then might as well add some TV here as well. And then here we just need to add it in the middle of each and every one of those. We just need to place it there, and then here we could just move it somewhere right here. We have enough space. So here we have this big area right here. We could add in a bigger windows here, and at the same time we could have an entertainment system here as well. Also, because we have this one, might as well I'm going to align this one instead. So this is an exterior wall, TR. So I'm gonna align it here, and then just delete this part right now, because we could basically make this one as a balcony. I think this is a better way to showcase our model. We could create a notch here so I'm gonna create a notch around 1400 is good enough, and then trim here. and then edit the floor as well. So pick line right here. We actually don't need to pick on that line anymore because we could just trim and extend here, and then there we go, and then delete this part. Now we could just have that, don't attach, and there we go. So we could have this part as a balcony. We could even extend this if you want, but I think too much of a space. Around 14, maybe I want to add a desk here, so we could basically have something like this. So 1900 is good enough. So I'm just trying to fit it to the space and what we have as a furniture ready. So that's good enough, and then we could just have this one like that. I'm going to just add it right here as well. I think having this nook here will be good enough for the design. And then just moving it properly to the corner would be good enough as well. So now we have this one right here. We have all of this as well. And then what we can do next is we could add the TV as well. So I'm gonna take it from the level 2, so go to underlay, and then sorry, level 1, and we have a TV here that is already wall hang. I'm going to have it placed right here. I know this is too big, so I'm going to edit the size. Duplicate this one, change diagonal, make it, I think, 1000, half of it, and then add it on the other bed. So I'm gonna put it onto this wall, and then here we could have something like that. And then here, this is the one that we need to focus on because this is another one of those. So we can add a bigger TV to represent the family room again. So we just need to change this to none again because we already took that out. What we can do is we can add in a section right here and then flip it, change the view range so that you just see this part again, and then we just need to pull it up a little so the view is offset around 960. 900 is good enough. I think that's good enough right there. I'm just gonna make it simple and create a model in place, and then generic model. What I'm gonna do is another extrusion. I'm gonna select this part, and then here 0 and then 10 here. Click apply, make sure to change it to wood material. I want to make this one as my consistent wood material right here, and then I'm going to make all of this wall like that. And then after that, create another extrusion, pick a plane, that wall again, and then I'm gonna offset this to maybe 50 from the wall, like that. And then what I'm gonna do is like a design, something like a design. So I'm going to just create something like that, and then I'm gonna offset those afterwards. And then click that, then type in 50, and then just offset those ones. And then now we have a task of slicing this. It's gonna be time consuming, but it's something that we can do right here to give this wall a nice view. And then trim and extend. If you miss one of this one, that will be fine. Revit will usually let you know if you miss something. You can always click show, and then it will show you which one you missed and you need to fix. So don't you worry about that. So now click on finish and go back to level 2 to check how it looks. I'm just gonna click on that, and then in section that will look like that. So it's something very quick that you can add to the wall to make it look nice. So if we check it right here, there we go. That looks really good. Just having that part right there, give that area a really good feel. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to continue level 2 on our project. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to ground floor and to add a backyard, or to create the pool and then the backyard area. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a new wall, and we're gonna call it, so I'm gonna edit type, duplicate, and this will be pool wall. Press OK, edit, and then I want to make this one as 100 and change the material. So let's put in a tile material. We already used this, so maybe I'm just gonna use this one instead. Okay, and then okay. And before we add that, we need to check our um, south elevation in order to see if we're going to be able to add. So even though we don't have a level for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put it first. Let's put it to base constraint and then ground constraint, base offset. Let's put it at negative 2000. And then let's select rectangle. And then here we're going to put the pool right about here. I know it's not showing at the moment, but don't worry, it will be there. As you can see right there. I'm going to create a top offset of probably 50. And if we go back to ground floor, it will be shown. You can play around with your view range. So basically it's setting up to here. You can put it to level below or unlimited, and it will show whatever's below that. So that's a couple of things that you can do in order to show the walls that we created right now. So here I'm just gonna create something like this. I want to put in a deck. So my deck, I want it to be around, maybe coming right here, or I will put in the pool on this side and then have the deck here. So either way, I think I rather put the pool on this side so that we have some walkway right here, and then I could put a deck around here. We can even put a jacuzzi here if we want to. So something to think about. Or those fire pit area that we can put on here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model in place, and then we're going to add the base for the pool. I'm using model in place so that we could manipulate it instantly. I'm going to add this one right here and then change it to the tile vinyl, I think. This is the one that we use, and then click on finish. We need to look at it at 3D, so that's why I'm gonna finish it, and then here we could pull it downwards, and here we just to estimate it, and as you can see we have something like that. After that we're going to add in, so we could actually add the water as well. And then here another extrusion, and then select rectangle, and then here we just need to change the materials to water. And then you can pull up any water you want. You can keep them or keep them both. I'm gonna use this one. Click on finish, go to 3D to look at it and see how it goes. And also we need to go online. It will be on part 1 description. This will be the second link, and it just needs to download the pool ladder right here. So we have it already, so just download that, open the file and then just drag and drop. I actually have it already, but might as well show you where to look for it. I'm going to add it into my ground floor, and we could just put it right about here. And then actually on this face, this is the one that is connected to the wall, so you have that, and then we have it ready like that. So now everything looks good. I just need to pull this one down a little bit and pull it down this one. So the water doesn't need to be all the way down, it just needs to have it there, so that when we put in water material in Twinmotion, you will be able to see the water. And then go to ground again, and then let's fix the flooring. So what I'm gonna do is would probably like some grass material right about here. So I want this grass material, of course with concrete steps. So now go to architecture, click on floor, and then edit, duplicate that. This will be floor number 3, and let's just put grass, and let's choose this one. What I usually do is I add the grass first and then edit that one later on, because it's easier to maneuver afterwards. So let's trim and extend this one, delete this, and we're good with this. Click on finish first and then edit again, just to get those steps, and we could basically maneuver it more. I'm going to create those steps like that. I think 500 by 1000 is good enough size. There we go. And I'm gonna put it multiple times. So in terms of spacing, I'm gonna have it there. Copy it, CO, and then make sure multiple is checked and grab it in the midpoint right there. And then we're gonna do the same pattern when we're going to add the concrete. There we have it. I believe that's good enough. Let's see if we could add one more. I'm not sure, but I think that's good enough. And then let's add in another floor. Edit, duplicate. This will be 4. And then let's change this to one of the concrete material. So I'm going to use this. And then I'm going to add in an height offset of, I think 50 is good, or 25. And then we need to copy this again and grab it like that, because it's recurring, or it's being added multiple times. That's why it's easy to just grab and go on those. So now we have this one like that, and it's above it 25, and then we'll get some grass right here. And then after that, go back to ground floor, and let's add in another floor. So I'm going to put another floor right here. I'm gonna use concrete for now, so maybe precast. but you can choose like a tile, and this will go around this wall. And then I'm going to put, to be honest, I rather just put it all the way. I think that's a lot easier to do. So I'm gonna trim this one, and I'm just going to pick lines right about here, and then trim and extend at the end. And we want to make sure everything is cleaned and everything is connected. So now we have the regular floor, make it 0 for sure, and then we're going to add in the deck. So we have this one right here. We have, I'm gonna double check, -500 from the ground to our level 1. So we need to add some steps, and then afterwards we have to have another flooring. This will be for, so this one should be wood material. Let's select one of the wood material. Let's put maple semi-glossy. And then here we just need to add it. I'm planning on adding it around here. And then trim and extend. I want this one to be 200 from the top. So maybe this one is good enough. We could align it onto this wall, or we could extend it depending on how we want it to show. Maybe I could show it like this, and then we could put a step over it. So yeah, I think I like that idea. We could have something that looks like this, and then trim it first, align everything to the wall, and we will have something like this right there. I know it's kind of weird to have it like that. We need the walkway there for sure. So let's go to ground floor again and increase this. Maybe up to the number 3 grid. I think that's good enough. And then for the steps, we're just going to create a model in place. Model in place so that it's easier to do. So here I'm just going to add the mahogany. I think not mahogany, it's letter M. Here, maple, yes. And then we could put this one as 150 and add something like this. I'm gonna set it, pick it right above here. That's about right. And then we could pull it, this one out, and then add another one on top of it. We could go right here, and then one more going about here. So let's do that again. We could add another one, create extrusion, set it, and then let's pick the plane, which is right here, and then just add the one that is this one right here. I think the spacing looks good. I'm happy with it. And just like that, we could just pull it a little bit downwards like that against the trim. And that looks good. Of course, we're gonna put in a plank wood material so that we could see the grains and everything, and then the planking. Usually that's what the deck looks like. So I like the way the stairs goes. I wish we could put it on the other side. I think um, we could put it on the left side if we want to. So let's go to level 1, and I'm just going to flip where this switch goes. So I think that's about it. We have it put it on the other side, and that looks good. We have 6 panels. We could put it at 8 panel so that it looks much better. But let's see. Let's see if this one. Let's check 8 panel look, and that looks much better because the 6 one looks so big. So at least this one looks much better in terms of how it pulls out. So here we could just add some designs later on. I'm planning to add an awning, so that's something that we could do as well. I'm just checking how this one looks, how everything falls out into place, and how everything is connected. So here I'm planning to add the awning. Also, I want to change the material that we have because we have mahogany here. So what we need to do is go to modify and then click on paint. I want to paint the bottom of this. So I want to paint it as gypsum wallboard, similar to what we have, and then maybe just anything that is showing, you could just click on paint so that it's easier for us to hide right here and then right there. So I'm gonna clean those up for sure because we need to add in some awning here. Of course, we need to have some roof as well. I'm planning on maybe making it different or just a plain flat roof. Um, and of course, we will have to add some design here. I'm planning to just put in some of those. I'm not sure if we're going to put grass at the back. I think that's a good idea as well, so that even those small ones, so maybe I could just edit the spacing here to give it some room. Just going to add edit. I'm going to change the spacing here. I think that's good. I think that's good. And then we're just going to add in some pots around here. So we're gonna do that on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the backyard. We're just going to continue on this, but I want to actually extend this a little bit more. I think it's much better if we pull it out a bit. Save project. And then here, let's just extend it again because I don't like the look of this one. If you're here, it's easier to just fall. So I think I might as well add it something like this. We could edit it more so that we could extend this one a little bit more there. So it's all about spacing and everything like that. So that looks much better. So at least if they go out from here, they don't trip on those. And then what I'm planning to do is just to create an awning from this part, not to connect it from the wall right here. Or what we can do is a different awning with the metal and then glass. So something different that we could do. It will look nice on the backyard. So that's something that we could do as well. And also, I just noticed that we need to add some railings on this side. I'm just going to go right here, CS on that, and I'm going to add a railing from here, closing this right here. Instead of pipe, I want to do the glass bottom so that everything is the same. So that looks nice right there. We have the railing on all those sides. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna complete the roof first, and then let's do the awning for this part. But I want to complete the roof first so that we know where everything is. So I'm gonna go to level 2 first so that we could see like how the roof goes. I'm going to delete this for now, and then here I'm going to architecture and then click on roof and then edit this type, duplicate roof number 1, edit this thickness to be 200, and then here we could just put in one of those paint material, and then after that we could just assign a paint for the asphalt shingles. So here I'm going to create a flat roof, so make sure define slope is unchecked, and then here just quickly selecting the inner walls, and then just by adding those we could just trim it. So trim everything up, make sure everything is connected, and join this one, trim here and join it there. So click on, before you click finish, actually let's put it at level 3. We need to show what's wrong, and there we go. We need to continue first and then TR, trim and extend, and then click finish, and then let's go to 3D. What we need to do is select, don't click it yet, just put your mouse in one of the exterior wall and then click on tab. It will highlight all the exterior wall and click, and then after that we need to top offset this one to around 4 or 600. Let's make 600. um, too high. Yeah, that's good enough. So 600, we need to click on paint right here, asphalt. Let's select that and then click here. So we have our materials ready for that one as well. Here we need to also close this off. So we need the same thing, but here we have a problem with the connection. I just want to figure this out. How come this one is not getting connected? Here I'm gonna pull this one out, and there we go, and see if this fixed the problem. So it did fix it, so everything is connected now. We just want this one to be connected as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to level 2 or level 1. So once we're in level 1, I think I'm not seeing it. So I'm gonna do an underlay instead to level 1 to see where it is. So here we have this portion extruded and this one as well. So we just need to make those flat. So what I'm gonna do is click on roof again, roof number 1, and then let's just select or add this part right here. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and as you can see we have it right there. What we can do now next is we could just base offset this to 200 so that it looks flush right there, but this one we just need to top attach it to this roof so that it's not showing those lines. Those are walls that are over the height, but because you do attachment, it won't show. So this one, this part, we could just extrude it below, or we could just clean it up by using a model in place so that every gap is closed. So here, same thing, roof, and then let's close it off right here. Click on finish, and then -200 offset on those. So this is the only part that is showing the floor, and also on this side. On this side, it's easy to maneuver it because we could just pull it down if we want to, except for this part. So what you can do is pull it down first. I'm going to use a line and pull it down properly. But up to this point, we need to slice it. So we need to go to level 2 and look at where it is. So here, SL, we could click that one. So that's sliced already. We could AL, and then there we go. So this is now a 2 wall. There's 2 walls right here, and by using slice we were able to just unjoin them. So now what we can do next is we could also unjoin this part so that everything looks much better. Let's go back right here, where this one is connected. You want this, hold on, I need to visualize where So here actually, right about here. So we need to slice it SL, SL. We need to cut it onto this wall. There we go. And then cut this one right here. So now once we go to 3D, AL on this one. This one we need to cut as well. SL. There we go. And then AL again from the floor to 2 right there. So that looks much better. We don't need to do anything else. This is all flat and it's covering all those gaps. Except for this part, I think I need to fix this part right here. We could just align it. So AL, align it to the wall right here. I think that's much better. And then we could just edit this part. So width maybe 1650. So, or 1600. So either way, just edit that. And then now we could just align it to the wall. There we go. And then for the exterior wall right here, we need to change this to a border wall. So we will change that later on. But it needs to be shorter and then needs to go down a little bit. So let's go right here. Make sure to undo the underlay so that nobody gets confused. And then we can prepare the awning that we're gonna create. Let's go to ground floor and start with here. So now let's go here, click on model in place, and then generic model. I'm gonna do an extrusion, but in the face of the deck. And then I want this to be a metal material. I'm gonna use this one. This one is already used, so I'm gonna choose a different one. There we go. And I'm just going to add something small like this. Maybe 100 by 100. Click on finish. I want to be extruded at least around maybe 4500 or 4000. Maybe 4000 is too much, 3500. And then I'm gonna copy this. then copy it on this corner. So now we have that one prepared there. It's gonna make sense once we have this one fall down, so we have that proper awning there. And then after this, create another extrusion. This one we're gonna set, pick a plane, we're gonna set it at the top of this, or if not, just put it to the floor for now, and then we're going to definitely pull it up afterwards. I'm just going to around here, going here as well, align it to the wall, and then lining up right here, and then line there. So we could just trim and extend, and trim and extend right here. There we go. So everything is lining up, and then we're going to offset this, so 100, and then trim and extend right here. So that's the frame that we're creating. So once the frame is good, we could add in these lines right here. I'm gonna put 50 on those lines, and I'm gonna put them checkered. So I want this one move like that, copy it from the corner, and then I'm gonna move this one right there, copy this, move it to here so that everything is consistent. Copy it, there we go. And then now we need to copy this again and then rotate it. 90, and then move it to this location. I'm gonna extend it, and then copy it afterwards. This one looks perfect. And then copy. And then now we just need to clean up. So SL on each and every one of this. This one takes time, but this will be good enough afterwards. What I'm doing is slicing it on all corners. Maybe it's easier for us to just and then then here, trim it right there. SL again. There we go. And SL right here. SL right here. Let's do this one first on this side. So once we're finished, what we can do is, here it's showing that we missed one, so just quickly remove that. There we go. And then click finish, and then go to 3D, and let's pull it up. I'm gonna go over first and then pull up the bottom part, and that one we're going to align it from here, and then we could just decide the thickness of this one. There we go. And then what we need to do afterwards is just select this again. We're still here, so we just need to add an extrusion. I'm going to put glass, so I'm gonna use one of this glass, placing right here, and you could just quickly add. I'm going to set this, pick a plane, and let's choose this, and then once you do, you just need to add it. I'm gonna add one part right here and then copy it so that it's easy to copy, because I know everything is the right size except for the, so I'm gonna do this again. I'm just going to align this AL. So now let's try this again. Copy, and everything is lining up. Usually at the ends are the ones that are over. That's fine because we didn't measure this one to the exact, but we could just estimate it. AL again, and then just click finish and then go to 3D to extrude it from there. Get this one right here, pull it below, and pull this one right there. There we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish off this awning at the back, on the backyard. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the balcony right here. So we need to show that this is a balcony. I want to see where should I put the railing. So here I'm gonna go to underlay, and then I'm gonna use level 1 as my guide. As you can see, we can place it from here. Instead of regular railing, what I'm gonna use is the curtain wall, so that it's glass and it looks nice as well. So I'm gonna use that, and then I'm gonna place it right here, basically in between walls. And then after that, we need to just pull up them and make it closer. And sometimes this stuff is not following to what we're trying to do. So you need to pull this one out, and then in again. And then let's just pull it up like that. Pull this one, and then let's just try and, no, this one is not helping us. If we put it on the other side, For some reason it's not going. I'm just gonna try to align it to a specific area here. Let's see if it will follow along. Gonna put in a line like that, and as you can see, it's still not working with us. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it open like that, but I'm gonna pull this one down instead. So we could even put in a mullion there just to represent something. So we could have that one there and then go back here. We could turn this off now, and what we can do is we can add in some curtain wall windows. So curtain wall again, and then add it into this part. So we want to make sure that everything is showing. Remove the offset first, because we're going to deal with that later on. And then we have this one right here. Make sure this is going from the inside, so you need to flip it a little. I don't want it to be forced to be on the end, so I kind of give it some space like this. Something like that. And then I want to add here as well some washroom window, not too high, so this one as well. We could add a nice design right here, maybe 3 of the same size. Copy it and then add it, copy again, and then add it. And then I want a window here as well. And then we could have a window here. We could just pull it from here for now. And then here as well, let's add in some window. And then here. So after we add those windows, what we need to go is we need to go to modify, cut geometry, and then cut those windows right there. We need to do it twice here because we have 2 walls there that we combine so that we can have a nice gap to do our design. And then once we have everything, what we can do is we could go to 3D, and then we could look into those. All of this that we have, it has an offset that we don't like. Make sure those are 0. So I'm just gonna grab all of those. I didn't even notice that one. and then make it 0. And then why not base offset this to at least, so this one is not included, but we could offset this to at least 500. There we go. So that is what we have onto this part. I want to add something here. I think instead EL here first. Line it here. So everything is like that. Of course, we need to pull this one up. And then for the washroom, we need to pull it up as well. Only at the top portion right there. And then align it. There we go. And then for the top portion, we need to set those heights as well. There we go. And here as well. And then here, I'm deciding to add this one instead. I'm gonna make this, just gonna put it here on this part, increase this size, and then we could have this one as a balcony as well. So I'm going to add the same glass right there. There we go. And then just fix it up, push it together like that. Flip one. There we go. I'm gonna flip this. And I'm just going to move this one like that to make it easier for us. And then here we're having the base offset again that we don't need. So that means when we copy this, there's a base offset that it created. So that's why I find this one very high. So I'm gonna move it a little bit down and copy the same thing. I'm gonna close this off. So we need to add in something there. In terms of this wall, we could pull it up later on. So It's up to us to pull it, and then we could maybe move this one in the middle and then create a grand staircase, or just a stair right here. Nice stairs. Something good right there. Everything is looking good. So what we can do now is to add our curtain grid. So here under architecture, this is the icon for that. We need to add curtain grids here. So for rooms that have balcony, we're gonna put in 500 at the top, and then after that we need to have 800 for the door, and then we could just divide it like that. So 500 at the top, and then at least 800, and then just leave it like that. Now I'm happy with that. And then here we just need to divide it by 3. It usually snaps, so don't worry about having a perfect line here. You could just usually snaps as well. There we go. And then even for the 1/3, they do snap. And then here as well. So let's do that on all of our windows. Add all the mullions. And then here, not sure what we're planning to do there. We could put this one, just leave that, those ones right there. And then we have something like right here, so we could just click that, and then here. I think I'm happy with that already. What I'm gonna do next is go to architecture, add in mullion, and then here we could add in all grid lines. Let's change this to 50 by 65, and then click on all grid. So we need to just select that, those there, and so wherever you put your grid line, your curtain grid, just select those. And as you can see, it's easy to select and everything will form by itself. And then once you finish it, next thing we do is we add the curtain door. So there's another way of doing that. We need to delete the ones on the bottom first, because obviously we need to have those deleted for the door, and then here as well. So before we add those doors, we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors, and we have this curtain wall single glass. Click open, and then what you need to do next is to click tab. So don't click yet. What you need to do is just move your cursor where the panel is. You need to select the panel, and if it's highlighting just the panel, that's where you click your cursor, and then after that go to drop down and then select that door that we just added here as well. So let's do it again. Click on tab multiple times until you have that panel highlighted. Select that and then click on drop down here. So that's how you add those curtain doors. If you want to change the orientation, go to level 2, and then here you can flip this one right there, and then we could flip here as well. so that we have the proper rotation or orientation as well. So once we're there, once we've finished that, we could now double check if we have everything added. Want to make sure you double check everything, and then we need to add a floor there. So for now, I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go model in place, generic model, and then here we're going to add an extrusion, and we're just going to create an extrusion for this. And then after that, we need to select, and I'm gonna choose gypsum wallboard, and you can even duplicate this one and then click finish. Go to 3D and let's double check how it looks. We could pull it down because it's too much for our floor right there, and we just want it to be looking like that. And because this is a gypsum wall or model in place, as you can see, we could click onto the proper face and it will change. And then align this one as well to this wall. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to click on finish, AL, align it to this wall, and now it looks like this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add our curtain doors right here, and then we added mullions and curtain grids. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to create the boundaries here. So what I'm gonna do first is go to our ground floor. We could add in our grounds right here. So we're gonna use floor again. So click on floor and then edit type, duplicate, and this will be floor number 7. And we need to change the material. Let's leave the thickness to 200. We're gonna go to concrete. So we have a lot of right here. So we're gonna choose one random one, apply OK, and then OK. Then we're gonna use rectangle and go around right here and give it some space about here, and we need to use pick line so that we could trim and extend from here. I think I'm going to put in some grass around this part. So we need to just put this one right here and then trim and extend to all the extensions and then clean it up a little bit. So after that, make sure you're in the ground floor and then click on finish, and then let's look at it right there. So we have our ground floor added, and then it's up to us if we're going to extend this. I think I'm going to just do it until this part. I believe it's good enough. So as you can see, and then grass around here, and then we're going to extend this border right here. So before that, let's change the border. So here I'm going to unjoin this, and we need to create a border wall. So duplicate this. We could use exterior wall number 2 as its name, and then for the materials, let's leave it at gypsum wallboard because it's easier to change. So wall number 2, and then here we need to wall number 2 as well, exterior, and then here we need to unjoin this like that, and then here trim and extend, and then we need to lower everything down so that it follows through. We're going to minus maybe 1,000 on all of them, and then before we connect them we need to fix it first. And then go to ground floor again, and then connect them, and then here we need to move this one right there. I'm going to add this one right here. Want to make sure that we use CS so that it copies the one that we offset at the top, and then there we go. It looks much better and everything is showing properly. So now it's up to us if we're going to change the materials right here. I believe having maybe another white material, so I'm just going to put it at the same material, but we're going to just duplicate gypsum. It's up to us to change it once we're in Twinmotion, so at least everything will be good. And then here we need to fix the joint right here, so we need to go to our level 2, and then here we need to change it by using this wall joints. Select this corner, and then now we need to click on next. It's just going to show us what's the best way of joining this one, so maybe miter or square off, but unfortunately this one is not giving us an option of, because I want it to be the other way around. Usually when we click here like that, we need to click on next, and then it will show us. For some reason it's not doing it, so let me double check what's going on here. I think for this reason, because this one is just a small wall, I could just cut it. So I'm gonna cut it, so SL, not with gap, but split element only, and then we're going to cut it like that. So what will happen next is we could just drag and drop that, and now everything is good. And then this one, actually we need more. It needs to be up to here, so that's why it needs to be right here. Click right here, and let's see how this one is joined. We need to click on next on how this one should go, and we could just move that one right there. We could align it AL so that everything is aligning properly, and Those things are much better in terms of the look. And then after that, let's extend this one. So I'm going to go to ground again, extend this, so all the way to the end right here, AL, and then pull it right there. And then here, I'm just going to attach the same one to this side. And then put it like that. AL, and then align it from the end like that. And everything will be good. We need to add another floor. So go back to architecture, click on floor. We need grass. Actually, we have the grass already right here. So this is floor number 3, CS on that, so that we can add it fairly quickly because it's already been done. So as you can see, we have that one added. And then this wall, you could just edit and then put it in the inner side of the wall. So now everything is showing properly. And then now, what I want to do is add grass around here. So we could do pick line on here, and then after that, add this one right about here. Usually I put some space around so that it's good enough. And then CS on this, or just add a line, TR, trim and extend, and we could just extend it more. And click finish. And then as you can see, we forgot to trim that part, and Revit let us know that we missed that. So here we just added this part right there. And what we need to do is add a door right here. So we could just create something there. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create an opening. So wall opening right about there. And as you can see, we could add a gate on that part easily. And then here as well, what we can do is we could chop it off. So SL, I want my gate right here, and then my gate right here, so a bigger gate. So we can delete this and delete this, and then we're just getting ready for everything to be added like that. So now let's go back to ground floor, and what we can do is we could add in the streets right here. So another floor architecture, and then we could do edit, duplicate, will be floor number 8, and let's change this to different material. I'm gonna choose one of the concrete right here. Apply, okay, and then okay. I'm gonna create a rectangle as well. And in terms of the sizing, um, I'm going to estimate this one around maybe 1500, 15,000 basically. I think that's good enough size. and then press OK, and then let's put in some grass here, CS on that, and let's put the grass on this side. Then we're going to add sidewalk. So I'm just going to align this one right here, click on finish, look at it at 3D to see how it looks. And then we have some gaps here that we can just edit. So edit boundary, go to ground floor to see it properly, and we could just, what we can do is we could just move this one right here so that everything is connected already. We don't need to edit those stuff anymore. Let's not forget the side or the stairs right here. We might extend this, or it's really up to us. So what I can see is we have this small one right here. What we can do is we can open this up, but it's up to us. Let's see how it goes first. Maybe we could edit this size for now, somewhere like this, and then we could just edit this one as well. And then now we could move this one a little bit back like that, and then just like this. So at least we have a nice entrance. I want to see it in 3D again. And then let's go back to ground floor, and then we're going to add another floor. Let's duplicate this, number 9, and this will be another concrete material. And then click OK, and then OK. And then here, what we can do is we can have the sidewalk right here. Let's see, usually 2000. And then here we can put 2000 as well. And then after that, I'm going to put some curve here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to fold this one like that. I'm not gonna put anything anymore there, because that's just a small one. And then we could basically SL split this one, and then TR trim and extend on this side. And then what we can do afterwards is we could use a fillet art and something like this, around 1000. I think that's good enough. What I want to do here is to height offset this to 200, make it 400 instead, so that everything is above on this. What I want to do as well is to move this one a little bit like that. I want to add some grass on this side as well. So I'm going to edit and just have something like this right here, because it's not good to have all of that. So at least we can put some grass there. And then we can select that, CS, and let's fill this up. And as you can see, that looks much better. We can put some small trees here. We're gonna open this up. So something that we're gonna do, and then we're gonna design um, the gate as well. But before that, let's finish this off. Let's go to 3D to see it much better. So we could go model in place, generic model, press OK, and then OK. And then we're gonna use sweep command, and then we're gonna pick path. So here we need to create this right here, and then all of that, but we have to do it one at a time. We cannot just do it all together. And then after that, click on edit, and then here we're going to add this part right here. But let's not forget to change the material. I'm gonna use the same materials later on the three of them. This one you need to know so this one, so C15 of this cast in place. So C15, and then here we need to change the height to 200, and then here this one is around 50, and then we're going to fillet art this one. This one is around 30. That's good enough. So here we're gonna click on finish and then finish again. So by just adding that, it will look nicer. As you can see, the way it looks, that's just the way a sidewalk is being formed. And here what we can do is we could probably extend this a little bit more if we want to. I think the size is we can do is we could give this part instead, so at least we have that. That's good enough, I believe. And in terms of height for all of this part, I think we could do is I'm planning to make the offset to be around negative 1500. I want to give it a little bit more, so that's why I just want to show this one. Or maybe we could do it negative 1300. Yeah, 1300 is good enough. We did 1300 and that as well. So at least everything is still visible. And then we need to go and create this part as well. So we could just select this again. I'm gonna do this on this same one. Sweep, pick path, select this parts, and click finish, edit profile. This one is the same thing that we did. We need to do rectangle. This one is 200 by 50, and then we have a fillet art of 30. Click finish and then finish again, and then lastly this straight run right here. So we need to create again another sweep, pick path, select this one, click finish, edit profile, and then we just need to select that. So I think it's better if I did it on wireframe so that everybody can see properly. Even for me, I'm having a hard time. So this one is 50. This one is 200, fillet it, fillet arc 30, so that's good. Click finish and then finish. As you can see, that looks much better, and it looks better now. We could add in more stuff. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to take care of the sidewalk, the street, and then we edited the border wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to start off is to go to south elevation so that we could start off adding all of our gates. We're going to have a gate right here on this side, and then the parking garage gate, and then the opening right here as well for the gate here. What I'm going to do actually is to edit this a little bit. I just want to move this somewhere right here so that we have enough space. And then as you can see, it's connected to this one. It's a sweep, so once we click on finish, it will edit itself. So we just need to edit this part right there. So at least I have this enough room before this one goes down. So now what we're gonna do next is to go to our south elevation now, and we can go right here first. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to hide this for now, hide element, and then we're gonna focus on this one. So let's go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then let's go to generic model. Click OK, and then here we're gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here, and then we're going to set our material first, which is a metal material, and we're gonna choose one of this one. Let's choose something that we haven't used yet, so this one will be good. And after that, we could use rectangle to add all of this. I'm gonna nudge it just a little bit from the bottom and on the side so that we have some gap, and on the top, let's leave it aligned. And then after that, we could click on, or we could use rectangle and then offset this. So I'm gonna do probably 35, and then click from corner and then spacebar to go from outside to inner side, and then click right there. I'm gonna click on finish and then go to 3D to see it much better. So here I'm gonna extrude it on this side instead, and then pull it right here. We can put it in between the walls right here so that it looks good enough. And then I notice, let's go right here, the floor is actually right below here, because if you notice, this one is still up there. I think I'm looking at something like this right there on our south elevation. So I'm gonna lower this. I'm going to edit the extrusion, and then pull it down a little bit more, something like this, then notch it a little bit. I think that's good enough, and we have some gap here that we need to take care as well. So I'm gonna click on finish, and then here we have an elevation issue right here, because this one is 200 offset from here. That's why I was thinking, how come this one is? So I didn't notice that the 200 offset, it should be 0. And then this one, this needs to be 0, and then this one should be 200, and then here should be 0 as well. So a little bit of fix. That's why I'm thinking, how come that one is. And then here, this is the problem, and then click finish. So it fixed itself. It just didn't process enough that it goes down with it. But as you know, it's a sweep, so it follows along to the host, and the host is this one, the side one. So now we have enough space to put it a bit lower, a bit more lower. So let's edit that, and then edit extrusion, and then pull it a little bit more, like that. And then click finish, and then finish. So it's right there. We have we're seeing this one right here. That's why our view is like that. But after this, we could hide this one as well if we want to. Hide element first so that we see everything correctly. And there you go. So that's the view that we need to be on, so that everything is clear to us. And then, so let's go and add in some grills. So I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to the ground floor, and then here I'm gonna select this again, edit in place, and we need to create an extrusion again, same one, but here we're going to add it like this. Click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks. We need to set this one up. We need our setting to be proper, so I'm gonna pull this one like that, and we need to align it AL, align it on the top there, and then from the bottom. And now everything is like that. Go back to ground floor. It's still visible. That's good. And we could click on array, and then we're going to click on last, and let's start with 15 first, and let's deal with that later on and how it looks. Spacing maybe 60. Let's try this again. Array last 16. I think that's good. Okay, and then click on finish. You see it, very simple but elegant. And then we're probably going to do the same thing here, but we're gonna change it a bit here into our gate. our car gate. So let's go back to south elevation, and then we're gonna focus right here. So we're gonna do the same thing, select that, edit in place, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna set it on this wall. After that, click on rectangle. Let's add a rectangle right here first, nudge it in place to give it some gap. Click here, 35 offset, and then flip it by using spacebar. Click finish, go back to 3D to set it to the proper location. I just want it to be at least in the middle, like that. And then go back to ground, focus on this part now. We need to create an extrusion, set it. We could pick this one right here, and then select this one. We could just estimate how we did on the other side, and then click on finish, and then now we need to pull it up as well. There we go. And then go back right here, select this, click on array, put it to last, and then type in 60, and then put it right here. Press OK, and then click on finish. We have our second gate, and then we're still going to think of how we're gonna design this wall. I just don't want it to be just like this, so maybe some openings right here or a bigger opening. So either way, we're going to deal with that later on. Let's just finish the gate what we have here. What I'm planning to do here is same like this one but slanted. So I'm gonna select that, edit, go to south elevation, click create, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here. After that, we're going to create this first. This is just for us to visualize what we're gonna do, and then I'm gonna nudge it. I'm gonna create it from here, and then at the top, and then I'm going to check the midpoint. So I'm gonna undo that, check the midpoint. Where is it? It's right here. So I'm just going to pull it out like that. And if it's not working, we could just trim it and then just delete the ones right there. So after this, I believe the gate is up to here. I'm gonna nudge it in place to give it some room. I want to see the hidden wall, so it's right there. I'm gonna click finish first. I want to see how it looks. So here is it, south elevation. We're gonna do this again. I just want to have the perfect, somewhat perfect midpoint on this one. And then here I'm gonna nudge it a bit, and then we're going to just add something like that later on there. So here, select that, 35 again, spacebar, and add it like there. Let's give it more. This is basically the gate, so we need to have it a little bit at the top like that. And then click on finish, go to 3D to see how it looks. We could align it the way this one is aligned, and then align it right here. And then after that, go back to south elevation, and we're going to basically have this one do it like this. So what I want to do now is to have another one. So another extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select here. And then I want to see it much better, so I'm gonna quit this first. I want to hide this again and unhide it later on. So let's just unhide that later on so that we can see much better. Select this one, edit in place, create extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select this plane. Right here, select this one. We're gonna set an offset of 10 only. Spacebar, like that. And then we're going to have to do this right here. Copy. So now copy it right here, right there, and then copy it multiple times. So I'm going to click on copy multiple. Multiple should be checked. And we're going to do this instead. And then maybe I could select all of them and then just notch it at the top. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. So the hard part here is to connect them all together. We need another one right here. And then SL. One. So how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We need 17 split element. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's do that first. Let's German extend. Let's zoom this one. It's just time consuming, but it's actually easy. And then we could delete ones that are extra there, and then we could just continue. There we go. And then now we're gonna split here. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 right here. And then just trim this one, that. So don't worry, we're gonna mirror the other one for the other side. So we're just going to do it like this for now, because there's no actually fast way of dealing the slanted one. So unfortunately, we have to manually do it. Oops. Let's undo that last part and then do it right here. So that one's good. Now we have to do the other side. So we have 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we have, actually this is the last part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then now we need to just trim everything, make it all look nice. And if we made a mistake, if there is something remaining that we haven't seen, Revit will definitely let us know. So that's why I'm not worried about having some extras. And then we could just join this all together and then just do that. Oops. And then SL added right here. Then once we're done, we can just click finish, and lucky for us, there's no errors that we could see. That Revit tells us LAL to copy the depth that we have on this side, and then the other depth on this side. There we go. And then let's go to south elevation, and then here let's go and just select this part and then draw mirror axis. And if we check it, We can move it a little bit. There we go. And if we see that one, what we can do is we could just move it a little bit in the middle as well. There we go. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the gate and then we added the road and sidewalk. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is to maximize this one. So let's go to level 2 and pull this one all the way to the end. And then go back to 3D. And then I want to have an extrusion right here. So I want this one to be covered. So what I want to do is to create a generic model. And then after that, let's go to south elevation. And then I want to create an extrusion from this plane. And then I want it to be all the way right here. And then let's select a wood material that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use Jara. Click apply, okay, and then click finish. And then here I want to click finish again and to see it in 3D. So I'm gonna AL align it from here, and then I'm going to paint this now, this part. So I want it to be Jara as well. So let's select paint and then let's look for Jara and then select that and then select our materials right here. I want the separation from here, but I think that's okay. What I can do is to create a wall reveal. So I'm gonna make it vertical and then add another one. And there we go. Make sure everything is aligned, AL. And then there we go. So now what I want to do as well is to go to modify and then split element this part, which we're able to do. Let's see if it's gonna let us. So I think we could actually just click on paint again and then select this part. But as you can see, we still need this one to be extruded. So what I'm gonna do again, I'm just going to create an extrusion. I think it's much easier for us to just do it like that because I don't want anything, because it's gonna be harder for us if we try and fix everything else. So here I'm just going to create an extrusion, pick a plane and select this wall, and then Jara is already there, 10, and then I'm just going to add the Jara material all the way right here, and there we go. Click finish and everything is like that. So that looks nice. I like the way it looks. I'm happy with that one. EL on this one so that we could maximize it to this end. There we go. And because of that, we have the separation that we need. And then we could paint this one again. Maybe wood thick. So on that part, let's select this one right there. And then here, I think a stone material will be fine as well, even for this. So I think a stone material is good enough. So I'm going to set up, I'm gonna do bamboo for now. So here, that's the thing with bamboo, I don't want so I'm just gonna use earth, and then here as well, earth, and what we can do right here as well. And I just want this part, so wood thick as well, and then we could just give it this one something else. I'm gonna use copper first, so just to differentiate everything. And then here, before that, I want to extend this part. So here we have, so let's go to level 2. We have this one that we created in the backyard. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna place it here. I'm gonna rotate it, RO to rotate, and then I'm gonna rotate it right here. I'm gonna notch it in place so that we have it on this location, and then we're going to extend everything else. So right now we have something like, looks like that. And then we're going to put it below of this. So because we still have enough of those, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit this one, remove all of this, you know what, I'm just gonna leave the one in front. Why? Because we're going to edit, we're going to connect everything else. So I'm going to align this to this wall. So AL, so let's finish this first. AL to this wall, then AL onto this wall. Don't worry, we're gonna edit those part. So we're still going to edit those. I just need them to be connected. And then we're gonna lower that so that everything is similar to what we have. And then here, AL as well in the front. So that's looking good. Let's go to south elevation, and we're going to edit this one, and then we could just lower this part, and there we go. And then here we could now move this one to the proper location, And then here as well, this two right here, we could place it onto this side. Zoom it there and just move the extrusion part below. There we go. And then go to second floor, or with whichever it's showing. So this one right there, we could move this one and then here, if we go to select this one, edit, and then go to level 2, edit this extrusion and go to level 2, we're gonna see much better. So we're gonna pick this line and then here, and maybe let's just create this one, trim and extend on that, on here, and there as well. There we go. Click finish, go to ground, finish as well, and then here we could extend whatever we want. As you can see, we have something like this. Edit this part. Let's go to one of, I think, west elevation or east elevation. It's where we could just move this back, and then where we have, so MV to move it faster, and we could just extend this part right here. Click finish, go to 3D, and the way it looks, it looks much better now. I kind of like the way it looks. And then we just need to set up some of the materials right here. I'm gonna use brick on this part. This is just to show it, so it's not something that we're gonna do. And then in terms of this material, we need to set this up because this is the exterior wall number 2 or the border wall. I need maybe masonry to have that character right there. And then obviously this part as well, I need to clean this up. Granite polish, I believe we used that. Parking stripe, I'm gonna use parking stripe on this wall. And then we can keep, no, let's change this part as well. Actually, I'm just gonna leave, probably just gonna leave this one, or I'm going to make this brick as well. I think that's good enough. But to think about it, like we need to make this brick as well, brick solid. But only this part, not that one. But so as you can see, because this is an extrusion, you need to go in place, you need to edit the in place, and then you need to go from there to paint it, because it's not gonna work when you have it there. So even the below, and then just leave this one like that. So at least it's white. And then we need to add a curtain grid onto this part, and then just add mullion on that as well. So at least everything looks much better, and I'm happy with the result. Let's go to south elevation as well. I want to add the number, so we need to go to model, text, press OK, select this part, and then just select this. After that, you can just edit, duplicate this. This is going to be our house number, and then you can change the size. So it's up to you the way you want to make it. And then this one is probably 25. Materials is a metal material, stainless. And then the text, you can change it from here. Let's put in 525. There we go. You can place it right there now. So next we're going to add in some of the lights. So for me, I'm just going to add probably square pot light. I also have that, so just go to part 1 description, and then it will be the second link, and you just need to download pot light face base square, and then just download that. So once you download, you just need to drag and drop, and then so I'm gonna select that, and then here just need to drag and drop right here. So because it's a face based, I could basically add it to any of the faces that we have right here. So that's why I like it like that, because I'll be able to manipulate it and then just add it to the location that I want. So similar to that, I added on that location, and then I'm gonna add it on this location as well. And then actually for this part, I'm going to add lights here and also a strip light. I think that's a nice addition to that as well. So here as well, I'm going to add that. So we already added it on this area. So let's go to our um, level 1 ceiling. So as you can see, we have it right there also on this part. So copy, and then I always like the 1000 millimeters. So it's up to you. If you're gonna do that, you can add more if you want. So for me, I'm just gonna add 1000 millimeters so that it's gonna be easy for me once we're in Twinmotion to add those lights there. Also right here, I'm going to add some lights. So let's go and add right here. So copy, and then let's just add multiple lights right here around 1. Gaps is 1 meter. There we go. And once it's right here, I want to add something like this. copy it right there, and then here copy it again, 1000. There we go. We're gonna have a copy on this side, leave the constraint at least in the midpoint, and I think like this is good enough. That's more than enough actually. Then we could align it AL, so align this part right here to this part, and line here and then there as well. And then we could just add one more so that everything looks nice. AL, align it right here to there, so that's perfect right there. Everything is aligned properly and the location as well. So now I'm going to go to level 2, and we have something right here as well. Gonna add it there, 1000, and then let's go and add 1000. But actually, hold on, as you can see it's not actually straight, so I'm just going to do it again and want to make sure that it's straight, because I saw an angle there that obviously that indicates that it's not straight. So I'm gonna add it like that, and then on 3D what we can do is we could add in a nice nice one right here. Let's add the paint here as well. So Jara, I'm going to add the paint on this side and on the top as well. There we go. So everything looks proper, and maybe on this side as well. There we go. And then now I'm going to have a strip light there. So let's use a model in place, generic model. And then sweep, and then pick path. Let's select here, and let's select here. And then let's trim and extend so that everything is good. And then we're just going to add that light right there, finish it, edit, and we could just create a very small strip light right about here. And then you want to make sure this is lumineers, light. We have this luminance, apply, okay, and then click on finish, and then finish, and then that will have right there, it's very small. I'm gonna undo that again because I think I put it on the other side. I'm just going to move it. There we go. Click finish and then finish again. So there you go. We have something like that right there. I'm gonna be happy enough to have that light right there that will be glowing. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add some paint, and also we added all of this extrusion. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add something like right here, which is the stairs. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to floor, and we're gonna make it easy for us. Let's go and create a section like this, but flip it around, and then go right here, and we want to extend this one so that we could see much better. So here we have the floor going from the ground to level 1. What I'm going to use is model in place, generic model, and then we're going to extrude it from this wall. After that, you want to make sure that you have a concrete material. So here, let's see this one. After that, at least 150 extrusion from there, and then we could do it like this. So we're gonna fake the stairs because actually it's really hard sometimes to manipulate the stairs. So for me, I do this and then trim and extend, and then trim and extend on that. We could extend this a bit more, and it's up to us how this one will form. So click on finish, go to 3D to look at it and to expand it a little bit more. AL, align it onto this wall, and as you can see, something that is, it's a bit too much, so we could just pull it back a little bit, and as you can see, it's so easy to do. So at least we're done with that. We could copy this one as well, CO, and so before that, actually just finish it first and then copy and then rotate it. There we go. And now we could just place it onto this wall. I'm gonna rotate it properly, 90 degrees. Move this one, MV, and just place it onto this. And then now it's up to us to make it. So we could just move that. For some reason it's not cooperating, so don't worry, let's figure this out. There we go. And then we could just go and move it. uncheck the constraint. You could just move this one from here so that let's not force it too much like that. And happy with that because it's just a back door, so it's not something that gonna be visible on our design. Although that's good enough for me to have that stairs right there. Also, I'm going to edit this wall a little bit. So I'm going to go to south elevation, and then here I'm going to at least edit this wall, and I just want to do something like this. Copy it, copy the way this one looks, and then we could just copy it again so that we have the proper distancing. And then click on finish, something like that. That gives more of a design feel. We can even do it much better, CS on this, or we could just select this, edit in place, and then we could create an extrusion. So this one is, I just want to know what material, so aluminum. So we could just pick a plane, select this wall, and we just need to add one. And then offset to maybe 50. And then we could just copy all of them, CO, and then this one, we click it on a different plane, so that's fine. Then go to 3D, and then just nudge it in place, something like that. So a little bit extruded, but that's good. So click on finish, and we have something like that. Let's push it a little bit inside. Not too much, but just a little. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna use AL, align, and then there we go. I think that's good enough with the design and everything. I'm happy with the way that one looked. So now let's set up the sheets. So what we can do is let's save this first. Also, let's create some views. So I'm gonna go to ground floor, and what I usually do, so I'm gonna delete this first. What I usually do is create a camera view and then take an image. So our image is like this. That looks good. We can change this one to realistic if you want, so something like that. And then after that, what we can do is, so we have that one already, so that's one of the views, view number 2. And then we could go to manage and then make this one our starting view. So this is 3D view, so I'm gonna make that my starting view. So every time we open this, this is the look that we're gonna get. We could also quickly render this, so that, so we're gonna render it as draft. So we have different settings here, but I'm just gonna do this so that we have an image for our cover sheet. So I'm just gonna quickly click on render. It's just gonna take some couple of seconds, so it's gonna be fine. And then let's just wait for it to finish. And then we're going to have a rendering tab here now. So once we're finished, it's gonna be here, and then we're gonna save it. If you want to check your exposure or to adjust it, you have all of this right here. And then for example, I want my shadows. You can click apply, and then as you can see, it kind of turned dark. And then you can save it to our project, and then we have our rendering right here. So that's the one that we're gonna drop on our cover sheet. So I'm gonna close this, and I'm gonna go right here onto sheets, right click, new sheet. We already have A0 metric here. If you want more, you could go and check out the title block and then click on open. So we have right here, click open. So that's sheet A101. If you notice, if I duplicate or if I create another one, Revit will recognize the sequencing, and it will just keep on adding all of those. So that's how smart Revit is. And what you can do now is you can change the names right here as well, and also on this sheets. So here, this will be called cover sheet, and then this one, if we go, we can change this one right here. We could have this one as first floor. Change the owner, so ACD. This is project, house project. And then you can also change right here as well, second floor. This one will be elevation, and then another elevation. After that, come right here, and then you could just drag and drop. Select that again, and then no title, and we want to expand that, so just double click on that. As you can see, you can expand this one. So there's a big difference between 3D view and this one, because this one you cannot expand. If you try and do that, it's just extending the view range. So instead of that, so what you have to do is you have to render it first. After this, let's create a sheet list. What I usually put is sheet number and then sheet name. Just click this one. If you don't want anything, like for example you made a mistake, just put it back and then click open. And then what you can do is you can edit the look. Usually I just edit this part, So I want this one to be bigger, so 5, and then this one to be 4. And then I don't want this blank row on this part, so I'm going to put it right there. This will be my drawing list. And then let's go right here and then just drag and drop. And you can expand it whatever you want. And as you can see, that looks much better. Obviously, we need to make this one all capital so that it looks much better. So now let's go to first floor. So here we need to drag and drop it to see how it looks. As you can see, it's very small. So what we need to do is to zoom it in. So here we're going to make it 1:50. We're going to click all of this so that we could move it much closer and to crop everything that we don't need. So that's the only thing that we need. We can now just drag and drop this, and as you can see, it's a lot bigger. So you change the scaling and everything, but this is called first floor, but I don't want to change this level 1 right here because it's going to change everything. So what you have to do is to just go to the sheet. So select the sheet, or select the view, sorry, and then once you select the view, you just change right here, first floor. Select, click it on this side, and then click apply. So now here, let's just change this one first. 1:50. Click all of this, and then just move it closer. As you can see, even if you try to remove this, it's just going to extend and contract there, because those are the things that everybody needs. So grid lines are very important. That's why Revit knows that you don't need to hide that. Select this view again, and then change it here, second floor, to change the naming on here, but only on this part. Don't worry, this line right here is not going to be visible, so you can always go back to the level and then uncheck this, so it's not going to be shown. But even if we leave it right there, it's not going to be seen anyway. So here we just need to create our elevation. If we check our elevation, if we check 1, we need to see how this one will look. This is looking too small, but it's good enough. But here it looks very small. So what we need to do is we need to go to each and every one of this and change it to 1:50, and also crop it. So cropping it like that, similar to what we did earlier. Now it's a lot bigger, and then we don't need this unnecessary things that we're showing there. So what I do first is I just usually check the sun shadow, and that's good enough for me. But it depends on how the company wants you to show or to showcase everything. So usually you guys have going to have company standards that you need to adhere because that's something that everybody knows. You want all your company drawings to be similar. Nothing should be special or something different. So here I just need to drag and drop. It's a lot bigger now, as you can see. And then this south elevation, and then west elevation. So now let's go and try and save this first and then print this. Let's put this one into selected sheets and then make sure to put it back to combined. Don't put it in create, or else it's gonna keep on creating PDF single copy. So now uncheck this one and then select all. You can save this. So usually on other company drawings, there's a lot, sometimes 100 drawings or even more. So you want to make sure to have a preset of like full set drawing, and then for like, for example, permit, addendum, and those kind of stuff, change notice. So you can uncheck some of this, and then you can save, and then you can rename them or name them. So save this one, full set. So every time I click full set, it will click everything else. So here, press OK, OK, and then just leave it to printing. And we're gonna see how this one look. Let's save it to desktop for now. And then we want to see how this one looks. So we have the drawing list, very simple. You can always add those other schedules here, matrix, and those kind of stuff. So here, first floor, second floor, elevations, very simple elevation. We just forgot to check the shadow here, but that's about it. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our drawing. We created sheets and we already have everything finished on Revit. So now what I'm planning to do is to send it to Twinmotion. So to do that, we have this Datasmith plugin that we downloaded from Twinmotion, and then we're going to export this. But before we do that, we need to double check everything. I like putting my display graphics to hidden first, and then you want to make sure you're in fine and then save it. So once you have that, make sure you're in 3D view, and then after that, click on export to Datasmith file, and then choose your location. So I'm gonna choose my Revit file location and just click save. After that, we need to open up our Twinmotion. So I'm gonna open my Twinmotion, the latest one. So now once it's open, you can just close this one, and then we need to go down here under import and then click the plus, and then we can open here, and then let's go to the file location and then select that and then click on open and then click import. And then once we have it, as you can see, we have our model right here. We need to lower down the ground. So we need to select this, and then the starting ground, we just need to lower it down a little bit so that everything shows. And even here, once we're in the swimming pool, we just need to add this material, and then let's see how this one's go. We could just put it a little bit or a lot if that bothers us. So we could just put it something like this, just more than enough. And then after that, let's go to our material. You want to double check if you're already signed in. So here I'm already signed in. You need to sign in so that we can use Quixel Megascans and other SketchUp, Sketchfab, Adobe Substance 3D in order for you guys to use this one as well. So it's very important to sign in so that we're ready to select those materials. So now let's go to materials, and first let's add in our materials right here. I usually use clear glass, and then after this I go to this side and let's change the opacity, and then we could change the material color. So the tint, I usually just select this one right here. You can double check how you like it by selecting that and by seeing this one right here. So I'm gonna put it around somewhere right here because I still want the reflection to show, and maybe at 60, that's good enough. And then after this, we could use this one, pick material picker, and select this one right here, which is our aluminum mullions. And then here I want to change the color as well, so I usually like it black. And then the glossiness, I want to change that, roughness, metalness, so here we can put it at 50 as well. And then I think that's good enough. So that's the only thing that I usually change. And then we could just press escape here. It's better to save it as well, so let's save it to the location that I want to. So save as. So I'm here to my location, and then I'm just going to put house and then save it. So if ever the Twinmotion crashes, at least we have our save one already there. So now let's look into this now. More materials first. I also want to make our door, so I'm gonna use our material picker, and I want to use it right here. So actually I used a different one, so I'm gonna select this again and select the aluminum. There we go, and make sure the color it's the same, so that's good. And then we could use this one for all of this, and maybe we could just put this one into 20. Scale is good. Roughness, metalness, let's make it 60 instead. I want the bounce right there as well. And here we could select this one as well, so that everything is the same. And maybe the color right here as well. So the one for the lights, I want it to be in that color. Maybe this one as well. I'm gonna undo that, and maybe I'll put it a different different material. I don't want the grudge actually. It looks like it's stained. So I don't want that. So I'm gonna make it 0. And instead, I think it's better to make it at least 80 so that it's really looks like a metal. And then different materials again. I want maybe matte chrome on this one. And then we have a glass here again. So let's go back to glass and then select this glass again, clear glass. And then we're going to change again the opacity. This one as well. Roughness, we're not gonna touch that. I want the color. We could put this one as colored or standard depending on what we want. So I'm gonna put it uncolored. So that looks good. In terms of this one, the matte chrome, I want it to change as well. So a little bit gray. In terms of metallic or metalness, I want to change it to 70 instead. And that's about it. That's good. Other materials that we should add, we have materials right here. I want stone here, so we could check the stones that we have here, and we also have different substance right here. So we could change this. We can take a look into what will look good. And here I'm seeing thick wood dock. Maybe it looks good here. Actually it doesn't look good, so I'm not gonna use this. But this one, trapezoidal curtain wall. So for the Adobe Substance 3D, I'm not gonna check that. Instead, I'm gonna go to 3D Megascans, and then here let's go to stone, and we could put in mosaic, and we have different kinds right here. But let's go back to our regular material, and I'm just gonna make it simple and choose this one right here. I need to go to scale right here and change the scaling. So I think that's good enough for that one. And then let's look for wood material. IP A, I think that's good enough. Scale as well. A simple one that works. It's either this one or on this side is another. Scale it up. I want the plank instead. So here, I like the wrapping here, but I think another way on doing this is maybe just a simple gray material. So wall covering, and then here I'm gonna put in matte paint, and I'm gonna choose the paint, which is a gray paint, right about here. And then here I'm gonna change this material to a darker wood material. But I want it plank, so maybe this part. I'm still looking for a best one. I think I just want a similar to this, a consistent one. So maybe this one is good. Good enough. And then I'm gonna darken it a bit. Even this one is good enough, but I probably going to use it here instead. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in this one, and then I'm going to put this one there instead. You need to change it first in order to put it everything correctly there. And then we have this one right here that is very conspicuous. I'm going to put in a metal. I'm just gonna put in another color, another matte color, but I'm going to change this. I'm gonna just make it the same thing as this one, just to change it up. Let's look for here. I like those concrete slab that we usually add. I think it's better if we use it here. So this one looks good as well, but we need to change the scaling. Something like that. And then here I want to just pick this one and apply this part so that everything is like that now. And then I just want to change this to stone. And then scale it up to make it nice. And then I just want to change this concrete. I'm gonna change the concrete one to something different. I kind of like the block look, so I'm just gonna make it bigger like that, scale it up, and that looks good. I kind of like the way it looks. So we have concrete here, and then everything else is good. I just want to change this material right here to a pool water. There we go. And then we still need to put in a material right here. And then scale it up. and then put in the light color material right here. I'm gonna choose neon and then neon right here. Oh, that's why it's not glowing, because you need to turn it on right here. I think that's good enough. I was surprised that it's not glowing there, so that's why I was like trying to figure it out. That looks good. I'm happy with the way this one is shaping. Let's go and add in some vehicles right here. Let's go to cars, and then let's add in a pickup truck, and then another car right here, maybe one of this, and then we could place it on the side, and then this one as well. There we go. And then we could just move it a little bit forward so that everything fits properly, and we have some space to work our grass and everything else. I think the spacing there is nice. We have our model ready and looking good. And then before we finish up, I want to actually add our background. So now what we need to do is we need to click on ambience, and then let's click on HDR environment outdoor, and we need to look for tea garden, this one right here, and just click on the icon above that. There's a download icon, and we need to go right here, scroll down, and then enable HDR environment, and we have Skydo, and we could put in backdrop HDRI. So right now it choose approaching storm. We could just drag and drop our tea garden look right here, and it will change our backdrop, and then we need to rotate it to our specifics depending on how we like it, and then we now need to offset the height, which you can use here. As you can see, we offsetting the height, and then after that you can tilt or whatever you want. You can change the size depending on how you like. So here you could go right there or make it small, so it really depends on you. You can offset there. For me, as long as I put it down and everything is showing on mine, I could basically add in some trees at the back right here to reflect, and then here we need to rotate it. So let's go and rotate our backdrop. So you just need to use this right here, and you can see the rotation that we're getting from our settings right there. And then after that, you can change the intensity if you want. In terms of camera, we have camera effects right here. Make sure parallelism is always turned on. That's very important. And then here, composition overlay, so random stuff, safe areas, that's something that I'm not gonna touch anymore. Depth of field, It's not something that I'm gonna touch. Only the parallelism and maybe the effects. We could change this to the color gradient. What I want all the time is the blue tint, so it's really up to you if you want to do that as well. And then the filter, none at all. Not using clay rendering. And then here, always path tracer. And then here we have the lumen that it's a new feature onto this Twinmotion version. So something that you will need to check as well. They're saying that turn on lumen when you're doing a video, path tracer for still picture. So this lumen is something that we're gonna check once we're creating videos. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to brought our model from Revit to Twinmotion by using Datasplit, and we're using the newest Twinmotion 2023.2 version. Now we're gonna continue working on this. After we applied all the materials and everything, we did focus on adding the background. So you need to click on ambience, and then we added the environment and then the HDR bar environment backdrop HDRI. I did notice when we select the rendering and then turn on path tracer that this is too much glow. So what we need to do is here I always put it in low so that it does its finish, so that it's easier to see what's wrong with our model. So here I'm just gonna use this one right here, our material picker, and then I'm gonna adjust the glow. So here the glow, probably gonna put it in 10 or 20 because we're still going to add our lights. So we're gonna use spotlight right here, and then once we do add this one, let's change our speed to number 3, and here let's hide this for now, the navigation panel. Here we're just going to add this one, and then obviously this is the one that will brightens our model here. So right now I'm adding that one right there, and then we could change the intensity to 10 so that when we have it, let's add it multiple times first. So here I'm gonna set it to 1000 or 1 meters, 1000 millimeters. But this one, let's add 6, and then the last one we could just delete. And then let's add it right here as well. Spotlight, put it to the correct location. And then change the glow for sure, or the intensity of the glow, because that will be too much for path tracer once we set it up. And then here change it to 2, and then we just need to prepare this one as well. Let's start off by adding here. Let's count this one. We have 1 2 3, 1 2 3. So let's add it on this side first. spotlight, pull it up, check if it's in center, and then we could just put it 10, and we might as well add, hold shift, drag it, because we set it to 1000 all, and then we could just keep on adding now. And then here, this one is not in place, so we could just place it back to the location that we want, and then we could add multiple again. So here we could just put 2 more, so 1000 and then 2 more, and then let's grab those 3 again. Let's highlight those, and then we just need to add 3 more onto this location. I think that's good enough there, and we could just keep on adding this one. There's 2 more that we could add, 1000 and then 2. And then here, let's select just one and then grab it and make sure everything is into location. And then let's just keep on adding. And then just add to the location again. And then put this one right here, every 1000, and then 3 more. There we go. I think that's good enough. And then we could double check the way this one look. Let's turn on R. And as you can see, the noise and the way it looks much better now. I want to point out the way this one looks. I'm going to increase the opacity a little bit. I want it to be a little bit more dark, that's why. Or we can make it colored, but just standard, and this one is good enough for me. Let's see how this one looks. I want to go and check this one and see how this one reflects. We have it colored, and we can put standard. So either way, that will look good. For now, let's put this one on dark so that it looks much better. And then now let's add in some grass and then some trees afterwards. So we could change the speed now to at least 4, and let's select this one. So let's go and come here into populate, and then we could put foliage, and then we could scatter it. I think it's a lot easier to scatter. I'm gonna show you how to use it. So we could just add all of this. So we could do long grass, or let's put it right here. Select those in terms of size, depending on what you want. Dryness, stripes, and everything else. And then here, let's select this one right there, and just keep on clicking. Oops, undo that. And then the way you do it is just by clicking, and because everything falls into that, as you can see, you could maybe add a little bit more. So another way of doing this, but sometimes I use paint instead, because a little bit of easement and you actually have more grasp. So either way, this one looks good. As you can see, we could add more if we want to, and then we could add here as well. The only problem, as you can see, it goes over a bit, so that's the only problem all the time. I wish they could fix this, but that's something that it's always going to be a problem. There we go. We could add those as well to make it a lot better. There we go. And then now we could do the trees. So populate again. Let's do paint now for trees. And then we could check all of these trees. We're gonna add the trees that we want on the onto the side, and then let's keep on adding trees first. Anything interesting trees that you want, just add it, and then we could definitely. So let's select everything, density to increased, and then you can change all of that, summer, autumn, or whatever. Let's put autumn, and then after that, let's go click on paintbrush, and then we could change diameter here as well. So right now we could just do it like this, basically adding everything here. And of course we're going to add hand-picked trees on this side near to the house. Here we could just add multiple. It's basically random. They're selecting it as random. And then now after that we could jump back and just select individually. If you select that, you can click multiple trees actually, and then here multiple trees if you want. There we go, more there, and even more here. There we go. And then obviously let's add in more onto this part. You can add in more here. What we want is so actually after I put in all the grass and trees, what happened is I forgot to click back everything. So what I did is just before I click this camera, so I click on the image. I make sure this is under path tracer, and you need to change this one to high so that this one will appear here. And then I did one view right here, one view here, one view also here, and then this one is the one that I changed the focal point or focal length. So I just made it a little bit more. So if we check it here, this is 30, and then the rest is 18. And then after that, so you want to make sure rendering is right there, make it to high. You can change this if you want, and everything will follow through. And then after that, I quit media, and then I actually click video, and then I started adding videos like this. So what you need to do is you just need to, here, this is a sample that I created. So just from there, going in and then changing this to 6, clicking here to add another one, and then clicking another one to add here. So this is just a going around thing. We could change this to 8 if we want, so that it's a little bit fast. And then 6 going on the side, and then similar to that, zooming in, and then after that, zooming out. This is going from bottom to up, and as you can see, it looks much better. And then this is the zoom out part. So basically that's the only thing that I did, aside from what I did earlier. So yeah, you didn't actually miss a lot. And then I did added the lights, and then I choose the intensity to be 10. So you want to make sure to add all of that so that everything looks nice. And then I added this a little bit. You can change the page height if you want to improve it or to make it big. This is something that it's really up to you to do. We could put this one right there so that it looks much better. A bigger 3 inside. And this one looks good now. And then after you finish, you can quit media, and then you have a show reel and then a short. I'm gonna change this. I wanna see how this one will improve in terms of the video. So let's go back right here, and then I'm gonna select, so I'm gonna quit, select this one, and I want to change the, instead of full HD, I want custom, but I want it on all of them. This one is already there. I'm gonna change the format to custom, and then make it 1000 by 700, or this one is width is 700 by 1000. And then here, if we check, it will change everything, so we don't need to do anything anymore. And then once you're finished, you want to make sure to refresh it as well. I think that's good enough. It doesn't need refreshing anymore. And then we could just export it right here. We could select multiple image, so similar to this, and then after that, go back to video and then select all of them. And then before you do anything, make sure to save it first, so that if it did crash, at least you have saved everything else. So now let's try and export this. So click right here and go to your location. So I'm exporting it now. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.